Just looking at some insider activity this morning. One thing I'm observing is Snowflake. The director, Frank Slootman, exercised quite a bit of options on June, and obviously the sale went through on the 26th and 27th respectively. And it's quite a large amount of shares. And that's the relative that we need to look at, the number of shares versus the total shares sold or bought. So Snowflake's pretty extended here, almost reaching a main key pivot high, but definitely a really large sell there. PLAB. And we'll do the regular run through pre-markets. Obviously the indices are getting hit a little bit today. There's some news regarding Tesla, escalation with Trump, and Elon Musk. Basically they keep going at each other. Trump threatening to spend dollars to target the Republican platform, and really the Democrats too. Trump not liking that. Trump threatening that Doge should look into Elon Musk. And the feud continues, and Tesla's dropping. So what is this PLAB? Because that chief CEO, sorry, the director, increased his size by 20% in the company. PLAB, Photronics. What's the market cap on that bad boy? 1.13 billion, average 30-day volume 766,000. Interesting. Interesting. PLAB. Bart, it's Finviz. It's a free site. Finviz. Finviz. What else we got going on? DLPN, Chief Executive Officer, bought 4,400 shares. Ah, that's minuscule. That's pretty tiny. Dexcom, sale of 14, that's pretty tiny. That's all I like looking at, is the relative amount of shares versus bought or sold. I like to see anything in the range of 10 to 20% and higher. That's a significant distribution or accumulation. If it's changes the shares amount by about 10 to 20% or more, that's worth noting. Zuckerberg continuing to sell. 10 million worth. T-Mobile. Sell, that's nothing there. Micron. Wow. Good job, Bart. Sale in CrowdStrike yesterday, CRWD. Only 550 shares, so that's really nothing. Roblox, some selling in Roblox for sure. President CEO. That's a pretty big sale. Roblox here. The President CEO. Okay, so they exercised the option for 139,000 shares. They sold that option. All of the shares, 139,000. They have 351,000 after they exercise that, so they have 211,000 shares remaining. And then there was another sale of roughly another 27,000 shares. 875 remaining. That doesn't make sense. But nevertheless, President CEO of Roblox is definitely selling here. Big sells. And obviously that chart has been sky high. ANET. What's going on with ANET? So the President CEO selling about 13,000 shares, 103,000 remaining. And then we had another sale here, 104,000 shares. Wow. So the President and CEO is selling the majority of ANET, selling the majority of their shares. Interesting. Let's look at that. ANET. Interesting, and the chart pattern doesn't look too bad in ANET. It's actually breaking out of a bull flag. See, this is where it's also, you have to take it with a grain of salt, right? They could have underlying options that they're about to exercise or granted. But the chart pattern on ANET looks very bullish. And here we have the CEO selling the majority of their shares. Interesting. BBIO. It's a pretty decent sell as well by the director. Nothing crazy there. Some selling in HPE. 30,000 shares sold by the EVPGM. Remaining 42,000 shares. So I mean, that's a pretty big sale on HPE. Obviously HPE has been seeing some strength, right? So Broadcom seeing some selling by the President and CEO, 40,000 shares. Oh, that's nothing. I mean, 482,000 shares left. That's minuscule. Kellogg, a little bit of sale, that's nothing there. The buys are also interesting. Not really observing anything, but if you typically see a really large buy that again increases that base of shares by upwards of 20%, that's worth noting and doing a little bit of extra due diligence on the company. They say insiders always know, and we are not insiders. We just try to do our own research and diligence and trade the charts. Autodesk proposed sale there, nothing really crazy. Some selling in Oklo, proposed sale at least. ONON, so some semiconductor proposed selling. Yeah, we don't know how much. So 61,000, 3.1 million, and then another proposed sale here of 264,000. So a decent chunk there, but we got to figure out how much shares they have remaining. A little bit of selling in MA, Dell. Very small amount relative, 958 shares sold, still remaining 23,000, so that's very small. Wow, so the director of Dell, take a look at this, sold 625,000 shares, 0 remaining. So the director of Dell sold all of his shares for 78.8 million and has none remaining. Wow, let's look at Dell's chart. And Dell's actually trying to break out of a little bit of a downtrend, ticker DELL, coming up into some 382 fib resistance, triggering a bull flag break off of an inverse head and shoulders pattern on the daily. I have a target on Dell of around 137. 36, but that's an interesting observation. So I like to write some of these down just because for future I like to keep my eye on that, which means that there could be maybe some headwinds coming into the picture. There is a dividend approaching on Dell as well, which is scheduled for July 22nd. Interesting. So Dell director sells all shares. Let me grab some more coffee, guys, and then we'll just do a few more minutes of this and we'll go through some charts and we'll see what's happening in the market. Obviously, Tesla's the really, really big news. It's an interesting one down here. 625,000 shares sold, none remaining. And that was when was that? 2026. Let's quickly just scroll through some more here, see if we can make any other observations worth noting, and then we'll jump right into the charts and discuss some key levels. We have quite a bit of data. Alright, nvidia, Jensen Huang selling some, proposed sales, proposed sales, proposed sales, proposed sales. So you got proposed sales and everything. Hood, MasterCard, Dash, Twilio, Joby, Meta. Again, some pretty leading stocks here, companies proposed selling. Another proposed sale by Snowflake's director, Frank Slootman. Shares sold, 58 million remaining. That's nothing there. Worth noting, proposed sale, proposed sale. That's nothing there. There's another Dell insider, the chief accounting officer, Rios Brunlida, selling 6,000 shares, remaining 18,000. So that's about a quarter of the shares, 25% liquidation of the shares. So not only do we have the director selling all of the 625,000 shares for about 78 million, we have another insider backing up Dell. So quite a bit of selling in Dell worth noting. We'll see if it translates into anything, and the chart gives us a short setup. Twilio, proposed, sale, nothing there, nothing there. More proposed sale in Twilio, DRI, VZ. Sale in Net, Meta, Gilead, sale in TEAM. So the CEO and co-founder in Team selling half, 7,665 shares. Cannon Brooks Michael Cannon Brooks selling half of their shares at 1.56 million gross total. Let's look at the team chart. Team chart right now struggling in a really strong downtrend, but forming a potential bearish wedge pattern on the daily. Team does look like it's going down to 145 in my opinion. So this is one where you have some insider selling, and then the chart is kind of confirming bearish price action on Team. Interesting. Proposed sale and block. Alright, so that's enough of that this morning. Let's jump into some of these charts here, guys. So gold right now making a strong move to the upside. So gold backtesting key support, obviously with a little bit of volatility creeping into the markets right now, it is seeing a nice bounce off of support. Like I said, a very tough chart to short right now. That being said, we are still holding key shorts, but it's defending price action. And it was interesting, you got this daily close below this impulse green candle one day, and then you reverse right off of it. So gold potentially did a little bit of liquidity sweep there, grab, and it could honestly try to charge for all-time highs again, or at least push back to this 34.37, which has kept us in resistance once, twice, and 3 times. Okay, but a very clinical back test on gold being defended. So we have to recognize that there's potentially a little bit of volatility creeping back into the tape here. Alright, so crude oil right now bouncing as well on the daily chart, looking to make a bullish engulfing candle on WTI crude. So crude wicked lower early this morning, or last night I should say, and look at that hourly bottoming tail getting bought right back up. You're now trading, basically defending this little bit of a bearish parallel channel that we've been chopping in. At the low, at the high, at the low, pierced it, being defended. Looks like we're heading to about 66.10 on crude oil. And what does that mean? You're probably going to get a bit of a bid in XLE, XOM, Valero, a lot of these energy stocks. Obviously, we have some call options in ticker VLO. That is one of the energy stocks that is looking a little bit more constructive in my opinion. Again, I'm looking at 140 calls, or I'm in 140 calls. We've taken a nice amount of profit off of the first pump here. You've done a beautiful retrace back to your breakout trend line on VLO. I think this is setting up for a potential continuation higher. Right now, you're sandwiched between the 20 and the 7-day moving average. Back testing that 20-day, there is some support on ticker VLO. That is really the best setup that I have in the energy space. You know, you look at XOM, the chart is significantly different. I have price target going to 107.25. You can see that XOM looks like a bit of a bear flag, but again, everything can get negated if oil decides to pop. If we look at Oxy, that's another one that people like to trade. Still not looking as strong as the VLO chart, right? Let's look at a couple other ones. Marathon Oil. Oops. What's the ticker here? They always change that ticker on us. Let's look at CTRA. That's had a breakout, which has pretty much failed. Back testing some lower supports now. Let's see where this wants to go. So that's really your trend line of support. Pivot high, pivot high, pivot high. Right through your breakout zone. Back test. So CTRA looks like it's in an interesting area. DVN, that looks like it's okay. Natural gas has still been seeing quite a bit of sell side pressure. So making new lows on the session. That's really the hindrance of the energy market, is nat gas. But I still think energy can catch a bid while this market goes through some sell side pressure and consolidation. Seeing a little bit more defensive names in the consumer staples ETF starting to catch a bit of a bid. So you can see XLP is flat when the markets are coming under a bit of pressure. Names like Pepsi, slightly green, Clorox, slightly green, Hershey, slightly green. So more of your slower paced defensive stocks are catching a bit of a bid today. Along with gold, the market is kind of shifting a bit of capital here in the back of this downside volatility into those slower names, more conservative. Apple's actually doing really well today. Take a look at Apple. So Apple trying to maintain bullish structure and break out of this little bit of a wedge pattern. So you had the daily chart breakout yesterday, and it's trying to confirm it today. So big level for Apple in my opinion. Does look like it's trying to firm up here. There are some interesting stocks, leaders and laggers today, which we'll go through. Obviously, Apple being a mega cap tech leader, looking very strong in the grand scheme of things. And then obviously we go to the counterparty, Tesla, which everyone's looking at. Tesla breaking down. So here it's turning out. I'm glad I waited on Tesla because obviously it's gapping down now and we can buy it even cheaper. This turned out to be a head and shoulders pattern on Tesla. It's a very awkward looking hourly chart head and shoulders pattern with this massive left shoulder, a very steep head, and then this really weak sloppy right shoulder. But nevertheless, it's triggering. And let's see what type of downside we have. You know, it's a pretty decent size hourly chart head and shoulders pattern. The question is it going to fulfill its full downside move? Or is it going to bottom before? So you broke the neckline really around this 322 zone. And that should give us a downside target of around 282 on Tesla. Which right now we're trading at 298. So sub 300 on Tessie. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. This is beautiful to see because, again, I was very interested in going long. Now, we look at the daily chart, okay? So we have our head and shoulders target down below, which kind of retests this lower boundary feud that Trump and Elon were going through. And this is the dangerous price action in Tesla right now that we're going to just quickly dissect. Tesla obviously had this epic breakout rally, and then the first feud between Elon Musk and Trump started really around this zone up here, and Tesla absolutely collapsed, retested support. Then Tesla got bid up so phenomenally huge on the back of the robotaxi launch and investor speculation, and it made this pump. But the problem with this chart on the daily chart here, let me just erase these head and shoulders lines. The problem with this is you've created a lower high on Tesla. So now we run into the fact, okay, well now we got a lower high, so is price action going to try to create another lower low? That's what investors really and traders really need to consider here. We've created a lower high. Are we going to create a lower low? So the positive for Tesla right now is there is a little bit of support coming into the picture. So right now we're testing this upsloping trend line, pivot high through this wick down here, pivot low. Right now we're tapping that. You also are retesting this previous volume gap where Tesla had a really astonishing breakout to the upside. Obviously that gap's not as powerful as it once was because we filled it to the downside and then we reversed, but that is still a big technical area of support. So there is some support here on the daily chart. We're testing this confluence zone of the previous gap fill along with this trend line. There's a potential long trade here, bounce trade on Tesla. I would be a little bit more conservative. I would like to see Tesla pierce that level, sweep that liquidity, and go right into this previous pivot high. You can see pivot high here, pivot high, pivot high. This is your breakout candle. A lot of volume trade around here. So I'm looking at Tesla today around 292. That is what I'm looking at. Now if we throw up a fib retrace on Tessie, so let's take one from the low here to the high, what do we get? You can see the level that we're looking at going long has a nice 50% retrace sitting around 291.24. So that is the level that I'm looking at going long Tesla. Okay? So right in this potential little, I'll mark it as green for buy, right in this zone here, I'm going to look for around a pierce of 291 on Tesla for a day trade. But there is some support here. You have two-factor trend lines, a previous gap fill, slightly oversold, but I would consider a little bit lower. And then for a swing trade, I just got to give Tesla a little bit more time. We do have the inventories coming up for Tessie, so it could potentially want to wait a little bit more. You know, I could see Tesla. If Tesla wants to go all the way down to this parallel channel, I would absolutely buy there, no question. But right now, we need to see in terms of a daily chart, do we get a technical breakdown through this trend line? Do we fill the head and shoulders target? That head and shoulders target, if things get really nasty today, that could be fulfilled today. Alright, so now that we have a buy level on Tesla for a day trade, we'll run through some of the other mag names here. So nvidia is still remaining firm. Obviously it is coming in with the broader market here, basically closing with the daily hangman candle yesterday, gapping down this morning. Intraday, you can see nvidia has this key trend line, pivot low to pivot low. That's what you're testing right now. So a lot of stocks are sitting on some key trend lines, so to speak. Let's look at Meta. Meta also gapping down slightly. I still think Meta is going to push higher. I have that upside target around 760, a pierce of 760. But right now it's just a little extended, going through some backing and filling, still holding near the highs here. Obviously intraday on Meta, if we go to that hourly chart, you can see Meta is still putting in some higher highs and higher lows. There is some key trends that we can watch on Meta. We use that little bit of a reversal there. You can see Meta is also trying to break a key trend line here that was being defended. there's still a gap here that needs to be filled. So we should just watch Meta today. If it fills that gap, that could be a potential double bottom, liquidity sweep of this hourly candle low. Let's look at Amazon now. So Amazon, I think, is probably going to retest this little bit of a breakout zone that it was trading into. Probably going to correlate right back down to the low of this wedge pattern. So call it 214, 215, in around that zone, 214.51. I think Amazon should catch a bit of a bid off of this zone. Let's look at Google. Google at the moment, I still think it looks constructive. I would look to re-enter Google around 172.30. We obviously traded it nicely, getting into the 175 calls, which we took profits on. But I would look for a retest back to this little bit of a lower pivot as your first aggressive buy, and then understanding you could even retest the trend line. So I still think Google looks constructive to potentially move higher. It's just going to be trading with the market in the near term. All right, so those are your mag names. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. So BTC obviously did not break out. It looked like it was putting in a beautiful intraday consolidation pattern yesterday. But you can see the daily chart running into a little bit of resistance with this parallel channel. This consolidation is actually okay. The level that the bulls really want to maintain above on BTC for price action to be a-okay is right around here. The high pivot close of this impulse green candle. That's where BTC wants to remain above, so call it 105.300. But anything in that area is a buy on BTC in my opinion. I think that this sets up for, again, a nice consolidation pattern before a high spike move into this new all-time high. You have the market setting new all-time highs. Bitcoin has just lagged over the last couple weeks, but the chart pattern is still pretty healthy in my opinion. Let's look at the yields and the dollar market, and then we'll jump into some individual tickers. And as always, if you guys have any charts that you want to take a peek at, let me know. All right, so look at the US 10-year yield here. Obviously, it's continuing to break down. I am bearish on yields. I still think there's a much larger move that's coming into play. Obviously, how I'm playing yields is through UBT, which is a levered ETF against the long duration yields. So as yields fall, this levered bond play should go up. Most people are accustomed to TLT, which is basically shorting the 20-year yield, buying this bond. Obviously, if the 20-year yield goes down, TLT goes up. As you can see, it's trying to break out, trigger an inverse head and shoulders. You are coming into some resistance here on TLT. You can see if you get above this little pivot zone here with a convincing close, that is positive. This morning, we do have some economic data. We have actually quite a bit. You have Powell speaking at 9:30 a.m. Not an FOMC, but nevertheless, the market always takes cues from him. If he comes out hawkish or dovish, things can absolutely move in certain directions. Now, the data that we do have this morning, let me just pull it up here. So 9:45, we have some global manufacturing PMI. Powell speaks at 9:30, so right at the open, Powell will hop on and start speaking. But 9:45, we have some PMI data that could certainly shake things up. And then at 10 a.m., we have a whole bunch of other manufacturing. We have the ISM manufacturing, ISM prices. We have JOLTS, job openings for May. So there's not only manufacturing data, there's also employment data. Two kind of wild cards at that 10 a.m. So it's going to be interesting. It might be best to just wait off to the side. We'll see how the charts open. Right now, the markets are gapping down quite nicely on the session. So if we look at SPY ran into this key resistance yesterday. basically hitting two resistance. You have this initial parallel channel on SPY that we tagged, as well as that upsloping trend line that we were looking at. Again, I still think that the markets are in a very strong uptrend. You're going to see some leadership in and capital rotation. That's the big trend of Q3, I think, which again, quarter three is starting today. And right now, quarter three for Tesla and the markets are starting off on a little bit of a negative note. There's only certain individual names that are catching a bit of a bid today. But Q3, I still think we're going to hit 625 in the coming weeks. But we just need to do some backing and filling to digest this recent move. But SPY today, okay. So if we look at what SPY is doing, you're backtesting that high pivot from Friday right now. Obviously it is a gap down. A lot of times gap downs have a high statistical probability of being bought. The one thing that's concerning for SPY is you didn't fill this gap. When you came down on this lower wick, you never filled the gap on SPY. So there's a potential chance that we could go all the way down to this little gap fill on SPY. So I'm going to keep my eye on a pierce to that 615 level on SPY. I think that would be a very interesting level to go long. Yesterday, our long level on the equity markets was basically right off of this pivot zone. We took it a number of attempts and then finally only made profits when the market absolutely ripped here. But this was our previous long level on SPY, which we traded, which we're now testing right into. So there could be a little bit of buying pressure off of that zone, in my opinion. I think what could happen is markets are gapping down. You could potentially get a little bit of a buying pressure off of this zone to take us basically back up to, say, this resistance trend line, call it a pierce, call it a tap of 617, and then we could look for a continuation move down. So that's kind of what I'm looking at on SPY, is a minor buy program off of this level, and then a rejection off of this trend line, and a continuation a little bit lower. I don't think we're going to go too far, considering there is some strength in the market today. But we'll just be mindful that Tesla's going to be one of those stocks. You know, if it has a 10% down day today, then granted we're going to go lower in the markets. It's kind of a given. But right now, another hindrance in the market is oil. Oil up 1.62%. You got to watch that, because crude oil right now, if crude oil really makes a run today and starts breaking out of these key basing formations, you know, if crude oil wants to make a run today and break out of this flag pattern, it could hit 66 bucks today, and that would be a problem for intraday price action. And the other concerning thing is the VIX is elevated and gold is elevated. So we do have some potential catalysts for the market to go a little bit lower today. Granted, we are trading into those all-time highs. The bigger technical level on SPY is going to be your previous all-time high pivot around that 613 and a quarter. All right. So really, in terms of what I'm looking at, I would only consider taking a potential day trade on SPY, and it would be very aggressive if we were to flush into that gap fill. I would look at taking 614 0DT call, 615. I don't think we're ready for a SPY swing trade yet. I am watching very closely, but I don't think we're ready for a SPY swing trade yet on the long side. I am interested in going long on a swing trade for SPY, but just not yet. You look at the IWM is under quite a bit of pressure this morning as well, gapping down. Let's look at where the IWM is potentially wanting to go. So IWM looks to be trying to chop inside of this wedge pattern. Let's actually see where the steeper wedge pattern goes. Yeah, IWM looks like it's going to also try to go fill its gap to the downside, 211, pierce to 212, and maybe it correlates with tagging this upsloping trend line. So that would be really your only aggressive swing trade level, is buying this gap fill. You actually have two gaps fills. You have this red bar gap, and you have this wide range green bar gap. So there's two gap fills there. In terms of intraday price, breakdown zone, bear flag, fake breakdown, reversal back up, bullish consolidation, breakout candle. So if you're looking to trade the IWM long, basically right into this zone here, sweep of this lower pivot here would be your kind of your aggressive buy zone for a day trade scalp long, testing this previous high pivot reversal wide range green bar. So if you're looking to trade the IWM for a scalp, it would be a Pierce of 214 on the long side. Pierce of 214. Alright, let's scroll through to see if there's anything else happening. So right now you have underperformance in the IWM, that's down 0.5% in the pre-market. SPY is taking leadership today. So SPY is seeing a little bit of accumulation from energy utility, so there's a little bit of accumulation. Anonymous saying, I'm worried about DXY and how stocks like PEP did not pop as it's cratering. What happens when it decides to go back up? So two-part question there. The Dixie right now is coming into my longer term target. You can even see the Dixie breaking. Let's go to the weekly chart. The Dixie is testing some longer term support. Massive trend line going all the way back to 2011. They call that a mother of all trend lines. And you can see it's tagging that trend line to a T. So I actually think the Dixie is running into support here. But I expect one more little flush on the DXY, which would take us right to the lower channel of support. But you're getting into some heaping long-term support here in a very oversold condition. But I think that there's going to be one more little liquidity sweep of this trend line, taking the Dixie sub $96. I think that's where the Dixie is going to bottom, around 95.90, 95.80. That being said, what is the Dixie pricing in? The Dixie's pricing in pretty much a Fed rate cut, right? The strength in the other currencies right now, the DXY is pricing in Fed rate cuts. But remember, markets are always forward looking. So just because we get Fed rate cuts, if they're on the horizon in the near term, it kind of goes against all logical rationale that most people think, okay, when the Fed rate cuts, the dollar's gonna keep plummeting. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe that's where it starts to bottom. Because currency markets and stocks are always forward looking. So I think the currency markets are selling off in anticipation of Fed rate cuts. And I think that when the Fed starts to cut, you're also going to see some other global economies hurting. Now, regarding your Pepsi, PEP, Pepsi's okay. Look at this stunning move off Pepsi. Pepsi's made a beautiful move off of the lows there. I mean, we're long off this 128.58 level. And Pepsi, I think, is going much, much higher. Look at Pepsi. Very similar trend line to the US dollar. It's even more powerful, going all the way back to 2009. This is one of my favorite setups. Even for a long-term hold. I mean, buying Pepsi this depressed is great, in my opinion. We have the seasonality period and trends of the summer. More people drink pop and soda beverages during the summer months where it's hotter outside, barbecue season, camping, fishing, drinking outside. I think that the seasonality trends are shaping right up for Pepsi. It's been absolutely bludgeoned. I love Pepsi down here. I think it's acting okay. I mean, look at this last little weekly pop. You got a nice little weekly reversal candle, still trading inside of this weekly bottoming tail. A lot of accumulation here. Yeah, Anonymous saying he's long Pepsi too, but Pepsi has international revenue and should have benefit from lower dollar and dollar going higher. Yes, but how much of its revenue is in the States? Much more. It's like the stock market, right? The stock market is what? I think roughly, last time I checked, between 30 to 35% of the revenue that the stock market generates as a whole is from outside of America, but America is still the largest market. Largest market. You have the highest GDP per capita, which is a very strong variable to recognize. Much higher than most countries. So Pepsi I still think is okay. Once Pepsi breaks out of this little bit of a basing formation here, which it's probably maybe at the tail end of a stage 1 basing formation, you should press higher into this 140 zone, testing this wide range red bar breakdown off its previous earnings. So I still think Pepsi's okay. We've shaken out the dividend. Earnings is coming up. I think Pepsi is looking good. So nothing wrong there. Don't worry about the dollar moving up. Sometimes the dollar moving up actually helps some cyclical stocks. Alright, let's see what else we got going on right now. So again, Apple taking a bit of breather, but it's up 8.5. Google's negative, Amazon's negative, Meta's negative, Tesla's the loser, the big loser on the session. Let's look at some of the other pre-markets here since we have 22 minutes left until the market opens. So right now we have ticker Wolf. Massive move, and this is one I was actually looking at a couple days ago. I was like, it's getting interesting down here as a little bit of a penny option play. And boom, it pops up 81%. Missed that. But nevertheless, it's quite crazy. Anonymous, I hear you. The rising dollar will become a headwind. But the rising dollar really only becomes a headwind until two things happen. You break a technical downtrend, which would be breaking out of this little bit of a trend line. So that would have to push up to 98. And then it really only affects the stock market when the dollar gets above $100 again. And even at 100, stocks can still rally. The true psychological number for the dollar to hurt the market, the influence the negative, is 104. So we're well away from that. The dollar could bounce and it could affect things, but it doesn't really become a headwind until you break the downtrend and get above $100. That's just my 2 cents there. Alright. So yeah, ticker Wolf catching a nice pop. That's up 81%. Vegas stocks are doing well. LVS, look at that daily chart breakout. LVS pumping to the high side. You're seeing some volume on Win as well. These are some stocks that are taking leadership when the market's down. So you're seeing that capital rotation trade coming into play. All right. What else are we seeing? Hood yet again gapping up as well. Seeing some pretty decent volume in the pre-market. Let's look at some of the biggest laggers on the session. You have AMC lagging immensely here. That's gapping down on the session. What else do we have? Tesla obviously trading a few million shares. WBD under a bit of pressure. If there's any other tickers you guys want me to look at, now's the time. Put them in the chat as I scroll through here. Plug Power seeing some decent volume as usual. That's right at resistance. Looking like it wants to try to break out. Not quite ready yet. Let's look at AMD. AMD starting to come down, testing 138 on AMD. Look at Micron. Micron and semis are also coming down. So again, we are obviously riding a little bit of a hedge position in the SOXS. We entered off the 784. We're riding those 850 calls, guys. So we'll see if the markets want to get a bit of downside or at least some rotation in semis. Let's look at Palantir, PLTR. PLTR also under pressure. PLTR is looking like an inside bar short pattern. I think at minimum we're retesting this first fib But an epic sell-off on Friday to an epic bounce yesterday. Now you're seeing a bit of sell-side pressure. Let's look at SoFi this morning. So here we have SoFi, guys. We just entered the $18 puts yesterday. And what is SoFi doing? It's testing that strike zone. So a beautiful little entry there on SoFi yesterday. It did look like it was going against us briefly, but our July 11th $18 puts are already testing bullish price action. That's beautiful to see. I like that a lot. Let's see where SoFi could potentially take us to. Yeah, I want SoFi to potentially go all the way back down to this gap. There's definitely going to be some support on SoFi around that previous gap fill, but you're into a really solid level here for SoFi of resistance, I should say. So we still have quite a bit of time on SoFi to, I think, see this push a little bit lower, but a nice little gap down on SoFi this morning. This still needs to digest this rather large move. Let's see what else is happening here. Netflix is still acting okay. Oracle's acting okay. Carvana taking a bit of a breather. Starbucks is trading sideways. MSTR, that's gapping down. Let's look at HPE. That's also gapping down. Roblox still under some pressure this morning, but very strong. SMCI. So I think we could also see some weakness in semis today. I have semiconductors retesting some lower price. So if we break these little low pivots on SOXX, this 236 zone, 236.11, we should really see the SOX retest this little high pivot zone. That would be your breakout candle retest. So we could see quite a bit of distribution occur in semis. Obviously when semiconductors sell, it hurts the entire market, but I think some of that capital could find that capital rotation trade a new home in the market. So look at that recent EQT put that we took. So that one's under a little bit of pressure itself. But I do think that energy trades, guys, could be on watch for some longs today. I do like the energy trade. If oil remains firm here, which right now it's taking a bit of a breather, I think we look at scalping long some energy names. So we have some Tesla long targets. I would consider even shorting Tesla today as a continuation downtrend. Anonymous saying revisiting MDB pattern still bullish, but yesterday was a red candle. Let's see MDB. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, so MDB still sitting right on that little neckline zone. Let me just make sure this trend line is exactly how I want to see it. It's a tough chart right now. I still like it. I mean, this daily chart pattern is strong. This is now also going to be a market stock. It's going to trade with the S&P 500. Tough one. Tough one. It's probably only going to get going once the indices bottom out here and go through a little bit of this consolidation phase. But it is into an interesting area. There's definitely an inverse head and shoulders. So I think a little bit more of the conservative level, anonymous, to wait for MDB. We'll be back inside this little wedge pattern. I think testing this area would be much better around, call it 204, 203. But there is a lot of strength still in this chart, underlying strength. And there's still that upside target around 259 on MDB. Solar stocks right now, Enphase is catching a little bit of a bid. First Solar also catching a bit of a bid, so ICLN appears to be acting okay. Interesting. Again, staple stocks like Costco, Walmart, they're holding up relatively well compared to some others. So you are seeing a bit of accumulation in XLP, staple stocks. Valero holding flat on the session. AMAT. How are regional banks doing today? So upset. TradingView messed up my organization of my whole trading list. I had like 300 stocks on this and 300 tickers. And I woke up this morning and TradingView just messed up my whole list. Ridiculous. I don't know what the heck happened. ITB, it's holding up okay. Look at Snapchat, guys. Snapchat's showing some relative strength. So this is one that I think, again, is trying to break out of this basing formation. I've been seeing so much advertising on Snapchat. I've been getting weird snaps from friggin' Adobe and all these Fortune 500 companies literally sending me snaps as the new advertising form. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I don't even open them, but as an investor and trader, that's obviously beneficial for Snapchat because these companies like Adobe and I don't even know who else are Microsoft or advertising. All right, so we have 10 minutes. I'm going to grab some more coffee. Really the only things that I'm looking at is a potential bounce trade on Tesla, a potential bounce trade on SPY at the gap fill. I'm watching oil because there could be a constructive energy long play today. As capital's rotating out of Tesla and some semis, we could see it catch a bid into the energy space. And then other than that, I mean, not really seeing too much here. There might be another opportunity that opens up intraday, but we'll just have to let the markets see how they want to settle out. Natural gas is honestly into an interesting area here again for a potential attempt at a long bounce trade as well. You are retesting this little bit of a pivot zone. So it did sweep that intraday pivot. And it's fairly oversold intraday, but If it swept this pivot low again, I would consider taking a long in Boil, BOIL, levered nat gas play. But nat gas is looking very troublesome. It looks like it wants to go for $3. Silver's still consolidating bullishly. We'll see if that wants to break out. Let's look at Jets. Jets is coming down a little bit. This company, BGLC, gapping up 247% and climbing right now. ATAI, that's also gapping up, testing some major high pivots. Archer Aviation looks like it wants to try to target this gap. Let's look at JOBY, Joby Aviation. That obviously had an epic candle to the upside on the back of potential air taxis in Dubai coming in 2026. Coca-Cola firming up here. Celsius backing and filling. This StoneCo is one that I want to get long. STNE, Brazilian stock breaking out of a huge daily chart inverse head and shoulders. I've been watching it since it was in this consolidation pattern. I just keep missing the entries. But look at this beautiful breakout, back test, continuation, back test of the previous high, continuation. So STNE, any sort of back test to this $14 level, it's very intriguing. Let's look at GameStop today. That's okay. Clorox is one that I think is so oversold down here that it's going to have to catch a bid back up to the 140s in my opinion. Roku still holding up okay. Let's look at Adobe. Oh yeah, how's Nike today? Because, wow, actually Nike, considering the selling in Tesla, is holding up fairly well. Remember, XLY stocks, the consumer discretionary, should come under pressure today with Tesla being so down. So you can see XLY gapping down a little bit. So looking at some of these XLY stocks, there should be a bit of sell side pressure in consumer discretionary. Let's look at some of these XLY names, because Tesla's going to be pretty much like a little bit of a dead weight here. So you have Home Depot, Nike holding up, McDonald's, that's a little bit down, Starbucks slightly negative. Target could be looking like another short setup. Very large intraday bear flag. Lowe's under a bit of pressure. Booking sky high. TJX under pressure. GM. Let's just quickly scan through these. Again, this is the XLY basket. Tesla's a large weighting in this ETF, so it should apply a bit of pressure to the majority of these stocks. Ulta Beauty is one that looks friggin' interesting from a long standpoint, backtesting and holding this pivot high off of 2 attempts here. Looks very strong still, Ulta. Chipotle coming in a little bit. AAP. This is a big level for AAP. That monster gap up on earnings, backtesting this key pivot zone gap fill. Interesting. I'm just going to grab some coffee and then we'll tune you in to the S&P 500 Open. Just 1 second, guys. Here we go. 3 minutes, fresh coffee. Big stretch. Ugh. All right. We're going to tune you into a couple charts here. We'll keep Tesla and the S&P up. What I want to do though. So a couple minutes here till the open. Again, Tesla daily chart is on watch. I like a bit of a long entry down to 291. There is some support here though. So I wouldn't be surprised if Tesla did get a minor bounce off of that level. There is quite a bit of support, but I want to be a little bit more conservative today. Markets are coming off of all-time highs. If things get nasty, there could be a little bit more selling in the grand scheme than one could anticipate. But I'm looking at between 293 and 291 as a Tesla target, all right? All right, so you can see SPY is going to be opening around 616. Again, energy is looking somewhat favorable. I have crude oil up on my other screen, and that is up about 0.9%. It's actually back testing a key area right now. So if crude can bounce here, you can see, as well as the previous little, there is this hourly chart trendline channel on SPY where we're testing right now the main pivot high, or sorry, the main upper range of this channel. We are trading into that channel. So markets are open. Tesla's falling here a little bit. Tesla down 6.5. It is trying to find some buyers. SPY is catching a bit of a 15-minute bounce. Again, that's the bounce. We should go a little bit higher here, and then I think we could get rejected. Look at Tesla selling. Selling very hard on Tesla. Consumer staples are strong. Tesla's still looking heavy. Tesla's coming into a support zone, guys. Let's let this baby fall. She falling. She falling. Look at that. Tesla's coming up into the first aggressive buy zone here. Ooh la la. SoFi $18 puts are in the money, guys. Those are absolutely printing. Tesla down 7.42%. Let's knife it. Get ready for Tesla, guys. We might have a trade. We might have a trade here. Wow. Things are looking nasty on Tessie. Look at Tesla hitting our first level of support. I didn't take a fill, but that was the aggressive level. I'm waiting for a lower boundary, but look at that bounce. Anyone that took Tesla, that was a nice telegraphed buy zone in there. I still think we can go lower. I think the S&P might get rejected here off of this trend line. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Come on, Tesla, go a little bit lower. I want you lower. Tesla's still trying to bounce steady here. Starbucks, nice move up on Starbucks today. See if the markets want to go a little bit lower here. I'm seeing Netflix struggling a little bit. Microsoft's green, Apple's green, nvidia's down by 0.84%, Amazon's negative, Meta, Google negative. Seeing a little bit of accumulation in healthcare and staples. All right, a decent sized bounce there in Tessie. Let's see if we can get a potential short setup continuation lower. Testing some support. This would be the long zone on energy stocks down here. If we see a bounce in crude, Valero, nice move up. Let's see if we can get a Tesla short. I think Tesla's going lower, guys. What are we at, 295? Tesla 290s. Let's see what that is. $690. Huh. Interesting. So Tesla's still coming in quite sharp here, guys. I'm looking at an XOM trade here, guys. Tesla's still looking weak here, guys, like it's going lower. Tesla wants lower price. Down 7.25% on Tesla, guys. Nitrogen 3.2, Apple up 1.18, gold still doing well. Consumer staple stocks are catching a nice bid. Pepsi, Clorox, Hershey, likes of Walmart's and Costco. I like Tesla down here, guys, around a Pierce of 291. I would consider taking some call options on Tessie. All right, guys, XOM is hitting a downside target as well. XOM is hitting a downside target. I think crude oil might try to catch a bounce here. I'm long XOM, guys. I'm long XOM off of this Fibonacci level. I'm just taking some common shares. I'm long off the 107.36 as a day trade. Just common shares. 107.36. Long XOM. 108 calls look interesting. But crude oil needs to hold this key area here that I'm watching. I need to see crude hold this. I don't want crude to break below these two pivots here. So we'll watch that closely. SPY trying to catch a bid. Let's look at Tesla again. Tesla still trying to defend this area. I still think SPY could potentially, look at the resistance that we discussed on SPY. This downsloping trend line. I still think SPY could roll over here a little bit more. Look at Pepsi, guys. We discussed Pepsi in detail in the pre-market. Boom! Beautiful move on Pepsi. Stunning price action. EQT, our $56 puts are printing. Nasty 2.25% down day. Excuse me. Wow. XOM still trying to defend this key Fibonacci 50% retrace zone. Tesla still coming in. Apple, monster move still on Apple, trying to build off of its gains. Nvidia right now still struggling but holding some technical support. Come on, Tesla, keep coming down. I want to take Tesla around 290, just above 290. Look at the bounce on XOM, guys. Beautiful little bounce. Come on. Where I'm looking to take first trim on XOM is right into this little bit of resistance here. These two pivots, so call it 107.73 is my first trim on XOM. And then we move stop loss to break even. I would take another fill, an entry on XOM, basically around a Pierce of 107. 106.96, so 40 cents lower would be my second and final entry on the trade. We're seeing SPY still trying to hold steady. Tesla catching a bit of a bounce here. SPY is starting to see a little bit of distribution. Potential rejection off of this trend line again. Tesla still acting okay off of that key zone. Let's put Tesla up here on this big chart, and we'll put XOM up here. Crude oil is trying to bounce a little bit. Tesla bouncing itself. Starbucks up 1%. Nice move on Starbucks today. Starbucks is trying to build some momentum. I know a few of you are long that name. It is trying to make a nice little move. What else we got going on? First Solar's green. Bitcoin's still struggling a little bit. Apple up about 1%. Let's see some of the high volume. BBAI coming down by about 1.4%. Hood is still up 1.9. PL up 15%. Planet Labs. There was an insider buy in this PL, guys. Plab. There was a really big insider buy that I observed during the pre-market, and that is up nicely. Sorry, PL is the ticker. Apple coming in just a little bit here. SoFi, again, SoFi calls or puts are printing, guys. SoFi puts are basically testing in the money here. EQT still looking very, very weak. Looking at natural gas. Natural gas is what's weighing on kind of the energy market at this point. But nat gas sweeping those lows. It's into an area, an interesting day trade potential area. Let me look at it on my other screen here. Keep Tesla on watch. Tesla getting a nice little buy the dip off of that key buy zone. So it's looking a little bit stronger, more firm here. SPY, you can still see SPY getting rejected off of that key zone that we discussed. Warner Brothers is getting clobbered today. Our XOM trade, come on. We need XOM to firm up here. Guys, XOM target 1 is approaching. SPY is starting to get rejected a little bit, guys. SPY is coming in. Watch this market. We could see SPY dump here. Come on, crude. Get us a spike. Alright, XOM, I'm going to trim half at target price 1. Move stop to break even. Come on, one more little pump higher. Around 107.73-ish. Tesla getting a really solid candle. It is approaching a short zone right now. Tesla's into a short zone here. It's an aggressive short off of that 298, 299 zone. But a nice stick to the upside there. I still think Tesla can revisit the lows and go lower. Remember, there's some bearish price action. Look at the level you're back testing on Tesla. Upsloping trend line, gap fill, previous gap fill. Still in a very strong downtrend on the session. Very strong downtrend on Tessie. SPY holding up okay though. Wow, BMNR looks cooked. That stock's putting in a bit of a bearish engulfing. On the 5-minute, that stock looks like it's going to come back down to gap. Crazy. Let's look at Snapchat again. Snapchat looks constructive for higher price. A little bit of that daily chart attempt at breaking out. Snapchat looks intriguing though. Yep, they did do what we discussed, that's for sure. How's Nike doing again? Nike's ripping here, guys. Nike's ripping. So SPY catching a really sizable bid there, making a bit of a high of day. Gold's still doing well. Yields are pushing. Remember, we have 10 a.m. data. Crude oil still taking a breather here. Bitcoin down 0.5%. IWM and Qs are leading the charge to the downside. Apple's up 1.4. Amazon slightly green. Nvidia really struggling here. Coinbase making a red to green, almost a red to green reversal on coin. Wow, Hershey, what a move on Hershey intraday. For solar, still doing well. ENPH is holding okay. Starbucks up 1.58%. Nice move on Starbucks. XOM still at the lows, but I am seeing crude oil starting to uptick here, guys. Crude oil trying to hold support. Let's see if we can get a potential move back to the high of this range. Come on, XOM. Big level here on XOM, guys. Big level. Valero. Those Valero calls are acting quite well right now. Let's look at Oxy. Oxy's still struggling here. Interesting. XLE. XLE still could go a little bit lower, but you're sweeping that little liquidity zone. Very interesting. SPY still slightly negative. Tesla still struggling around this range. Nice little move on Lennar. Lennar gapping down, red to green reversal on ticker LEN. Bullish that name. Let's look at Carvana really quickly. Carvana still coming in. So just one trade on the books for me right now. I'm long XOM with common shares. Tesla trying to firm up here, guys. Tesla is trying to firm. Just big spike there on SPY. Really sizable spike there. Bitcoin trying to make a move here. Slowly catching a bit of a bid. Tesla's still at that 298 zone, guys. Be very cautious with Tesla. Markets are trying to push, but Tesla's still lagging a little bit. If you can get a 5-minute close above that 299 level, then it looks a little bit more constructive. But I would remain skeptical off of this zone. I'm still more inclined to short the equity markets. Point 0.13%, Google down 0.6, Meta down about 0.47, Tesla down by 5.9, AMD down a couple, SMCI down a couple, Micron down slightly, but catching a bit of a bid. China stocks are doing fairly well today. So a bit of accumulation in China equities. Semiconductor stocks ETF is underperforming all indices. That is down 0.5%. So a little bit of concern regarding SOX. SOX right now is the weaker indice. You are hitting some support here. Tesla, nice little attempt here on Tesla. Recapturing some potential bullish levels. 5-minute close inside this 299 range would be very bullish. If it can hold here. Wolf is blasting. Yeah, look at Wolf up 163%. My oh my. Absolutely. Billy saying Hood bull flag takes it to 110. Yeah, just skeptical about Hood. It's freaking extended. Maybe you get a 3-bar surge on the daily, but it's really, really lofty here. But holding up. Definitely holding up. For sure. Alright, big bounce in the equity markets. SPY trying to charge for gap fill. Because I'm going to take a high risk trade on Tesla. I'm looking at shorting Tesla put options. Tesla 295 puts. Expiry end of the week. This is high risk. I got filled at 550. 550. High risk. So a little bit of resistance zone here on Tesla. I'm taking an aggressive short. It's a high risk trade. Very high risk. Tesla is trying to work itself through this zone. It's very strong. SPY still trying to press for 618. Tesla's still trying to push here. So it really hasn't moved for us. SPY still holding steady. We do have 10 a.m. data coming into effect. XOM trying to perk up here. Tesla still acting well. SPY seeing a little bit of selling. Minor selling. Still quite a bit of mixed price action. Some stocks are absolutely ripping. Yes, I'm long XOM Commons. Off of the 107.36, and I would add 40 cents lower to the position if need be, around 106.96. SPY still trying to battle this previous little support zone. That's a high pivot zone from your Monday session on SPY. Tesla's still trying to work itself through this little resistance zone. XOM is trying to break its opening range low. Tesla's had a nice bounce. It's still down about 5%. Nvidia down by 1.16. Apple up 1.7. Google's down by 0.7. Meta down by about 0.3. Semiconductors are continuing to sell here. SOXX coming down. Natural gas still getting clobbered. EQT testing 57. SPY starting to see some selling. SPY is starting to see some selling, getting rejected right off that pre-market high. XOM still selling. We have some 10 a.m. data coming out very shortly. Pepsi up 1%. Oracle still doing well today. Hershey doing phenomenal. Apple doing phenomenal. Home builders are doing well today. They're also seeing some capital rotation. SPY starting to look heavier, guys. SPY coming in. SPY losing this previous little high pivot zone. UNH, you want to take a peek at UNH? Yeah, UNH, strong move. Wow. Nice move. And that's the healthcare rotation, semis. I have a bit of exposure to healthcare. Not that name specifically, but I do like healthcare stocks. I've been touching base on that. I think they're going to get a rotation trade for sure. Sarfar saying it'll go to 340. Yeah, in the near term, it absolutely could. SPY's still struggling here. XOM coming down a little bit more now. Energy stocks are coming under a bit of pressure. It's a daily chart level on XOM. We'll see if it wants to hold. Again, I would add to my XOM position at 106.96. Alright, we have data coming. Employment data and manufacturing data, guys. It's a SPY catching a bit of a bid. Still seeing mixed price action. We got JOLTS data and manufacturing data. Yep, they're pumping Apple. $49.0 ISM. We're just waiting on JOLTS to pop up here. But so far markets are mixed. $7.8 million on the JOLTS data. Let's see what that says. 7.769. Forecast was 7.32 on JOLTS. What's that doing to the yield market? Spiking short-term yields. Long-end yields are still fairly muted. Yep, settling an upshift on XOM. It's a daily chart level on XOM. Alright, it's a daily chart level that we're buying into here. We've swept the lows here. Tesla's still acting well. XOM and crude oil. You can see crude oil is bouncing off that support zone that we discussed. I still think crude oil is strong and should head back to the highs here, which is why we're playing energy here. Let's look at Apple again. Apple's still holding steady. How's SPY doing? SPY's still mixed, guys. Mixed. I think SPY's still at some resistance here. It's above its opening range high, which is technically bullish. XOM, we're basically flat on that trade. Tesla, I still think Tesla could find some sellers off of this point. Yields are trying to move up a little bit. Natural gas still getting clobbered. Look at this EQT, guys. EQT is absolutely printing to the downside. It is coming into support right now, but wow, those EQT puts absolutely printed. BBAI. I'll take a look at BBAI. Yeah, it's positive. It went from red to green. A little extended here, but BBAI should hit 730. I could try to go for it today. Alright, I might have to cut these Tesla puts. I'm going to give it a little bit longer here. SPY coming down though. So Tesla's trying to get through this resistance zone right now. If Tesla gets through this zone, it is a stop loss. SPY still holding steady. XOM trying to move up here on XOM, still running into a little bit of selling. Tesla's still trying to make a move through this resistance zone. It might want to tap pre-market high, but making a nice little recovery off of the lows. Nvidia still down 1.26. A lot of mega cap selling still hitting this tape, but Apple is strong. Nvidia down, Microsoft negative, Q's negative. Seeing more selling, some heavy volume. SPY trying to make another move through this previous little resistance pivot. And see, that's what we're running into right now. Yeah, BMNR looks like a short to me. Potential lower high. Intraday. BBAI also getting a little lofty. Warner Brothers struggling, down 4%. Snap is a mover, up 7.3. Strong move on Snapchat. Neo seeing a little bit of sell side. Again, crude oil. I still like crude oil. And energy, XOM is trying to firm up here. Off of this lower boundary, we are green on our trade. Green slightly. We just need Tesla to cooperate. So we're long XOM, we're short Tesla in the 295 puts. EQT. These puts absolutely printed, guys, that we took yesterday. We've got SoFi. SoFi's moving right back up. BBAI still holding slightly steady, but Apple's a monster today. Nvidia looks fairly weak here, so Despite Apple being strong, nvidia is obviously weak. But markets are still holding up okay here. Big push on XOM, guys. Big push on XOM. Palantir struggling. That's down 2.9%. PLTR. Lucid under some pressure. Big spike on XOM, guys. Look at this. We're coming up. I still have TP1 around 107.72. Come on, XOM. Push higher here. We need Tesla to fall. We need XOM to... Wow, natural gas getting absolutely annihilated here. Down another 4% on the session. Nat gas. Come on, Tessie. Keep going. Keep going. SPY's still negative. It almost went positive on the session, but still running into resistance. Come on, Tesla. Start to roll over here. SPY's still looking a little bit troublesome. Wow, Hershey up 3%. That capital rotation trade into consumer staples is clear as day. Clear as day. XOM still trying. SPY's starting to curl to the downside here, guys. SPY's starting to lose a little bit of momentum. Come on. Give us a bigger move down. Here we go. Tesla's starting to roll. Come on. Take us back to 295 on Tesla. Come on. Lose that opening range on SPY. It's a big level off the 616.90 zone on SPY. It's a really big level. But we do have quite a bit of selling still happening under the hood of this market. The question is, will they try to prop this market up? It is quarter 3. New trends can form. Capital can rotate. We are already seeing it happening in Apple. A massive underperformer is leading quarter 3 in the mag space. So expect some of those Q2 stocks that were strong to go through selling. We're seeing it in nvidia today. Netflix today. Apple, ridiculously strong. Microsoft is probably due for some selling. SPY rolling here, rolling heavy. Come on, SPY, give us a little bit more. We want more. Tessie's still holding steady. Want Tesla to retest those pre-market lows. EQT still knifing to the lows. XOM just holding steady here, guys. Starbucks still up 1.12%. Lennar doing well today. XOM still trying to push here. Tesla down about 4.47, but holding these lows. Nvidia down 1.32. SOXS is up 2.28%. Come on, pump it, XOM. Pump it. Here we go. XOM starting to move. Come on. Thank you, JP. I appreciate that. Much love. So we have had an uptick in yields off of that economic data. 2-year yield outperforming, so short end of the curve up 1.29%, long end of the curve lagging a little bit. SPY catching another little bid here. Crude oil still just wavering sideways here, holding 64.72 support. We still have the NASDAQ QQQ lagging SPY and the IWM. Tesla's still trying to get through this little bit of resistance. This is pre-market resistance here on Tesla. SPY making a really big push here, guys. Tesla's still seeing some top wicks. Guys, look at these EQT puts. They're absolutely printing. We could get 56s in the money today. That was our natural gas hedge play. Natural gas is getting slaughtered right now. Slaughtered. Crude oil, be careful with crude here. I mean, we are starting to see a dip into this key level of support. So XOM's coming under a little bit of pressure. SPY catching a big stick to the upside there. Right back to pre-market high. Tesla's still fighting this zone here. Big push on SPY here. Can they take? They've taken SPY back to the flat side, almost green here. Microsoft's back to the green side. Amazon's ripping. Google's trying to catch a bid. Tesla's still struggling in this range here. But a monster candle. SPY is green on the session, filling the gap. This is an aggressive short zone on SPY. I'm not taking it, but it would be an aggressive short zone on SPY. Right into that gap fill. You can see they've taken a screen. They filled the liquidity gap. Come on, XOM. Starbucks absolutely ripping up 1.5%. Lennar. A couple of our newest long positions that we entered yesterday. Lennar ripping faces here. Nice bullish cross of the 7 and 20. Starbucks SBUX. Absolutely ripping, trying to break out of this flag pattern. Come on, Tessie, go down for another selling. You know you want to. You got more selling. You've roped in a lot of liquidity here. Come on. Wow, Lennar is just a monster candle to the upside. Pepsi's still doing well. SPY still fighting the 618 level. IWM has now gone positive, so small caps are starting to catch a little bit of participation here. JP saying 1.2 million SPY put sweep. Thanks, JP. SPY seeing a bit of selling. Tesla's still trying to move up. Looking like a little bit of inverse price action in Tesla and SPY. Tesla's still pushing here, guys. Trying to tap that pre-market high, it looks like. SPY seeing some heavy selling though. I'm surprised Tesla's trying to move up here. SPY seeing some heavy selling off that gap. Still waiting for XOM to firm up here. Crude oil still trying to hold some support. Natural gas down 4.48%. Netflix struggling today slightly. Apple now up, testing 210 on Apple. Wow. It's crazy how fast these companies can move. SPY is back to slightly negative. Come on, XOM, keep pushing. Tesla's trying to make a run here. Tesla's testing my 3-minute stop loss here. Testing my stop loss zone. We got 50 seconds left in this 3-minute candle. If we get a close above, I might have to stop out of this trade for a loss. SPY though seeing some sell side pressure here. So SPY is starting to come down a little bit. Nice little top wick there on Tesla. XOM seeing some selling as well. Hard down candle on SPY 3-minute chart there. Potential bearish engulfing. Nvidia is down 1.47. Semiconductor stocks ETF down 0.6. So you're really seeing semis starting to distribute. And semis are much more weaker than SPY, showing relative weakness. You can see they're trading well inside of their opening range still, as SPY is trading well above its opening range. Typically when semis are weak, that often results in lower price action for the main indices. $6.1 testing the 155 zone. Apple up 2.15. Google down 0.5%. Amazon up 0.3. Meta down 0.5%. Tesla down 3.78, but having a really strong bounce off of the lows. SPY continuing to curl to the downside here. Guys, our EQT puts, $56 puts here, guys, are in the money. If I can get this ask price of 254, that would be up 150%. Come on. And we just took those yesterday. But EQT $56 puts are in the money. Wow. Stunning. We have all the way till July. But beautiful. Beautiful. $56 puts are in the money. Tesla's still trying to hold this key zone. I'm looking at trimming half of my EQT puts. Stunning move down, guys, on EQT. All right, Tesla getting slightly rejected here. Come on. Lennar, look at Lennar, guys. LEN. Home builders, we've been pounding the table on home builders. We said it yesterday. Watch for this rotation trade. Look at this epic breakout occurring in Lennar. I have an upside target of 122 in the near term. Monster move on ticker LEN. Look at that. Beautiful. I love it. I love to see when you can spot capital rotation trades. They're some of the best gainers. Come on, EQT. Keep printing to the downside. It's down 4.2%. Bang. Come on, XOM. Perk up. Tesla, I want to revisit pre-market lows. Come on. Tesla still holding steady. XOM. Trying to move up here for XOM. I still have a TP zone of around 107.72. Come on, XOM. Guys, EQT is printing. Printing. Amazing. Tesla's still acting well. I did trim half of my EQT, guys, for about 75% profit. That was a trade that we just took yesterday. We took the $56 puts right up at the highs here, back testing that 7-day. Those $56 July 25th went in the money. Beautiful. Beautiful. Trimmed half. We still have time on the clock. That was a stunning little trade, guys. XOM moving up here. Tesla still trying to hold steady at this high range. Come on. XOM starting to print, guys. Lennar ripping. Pepsi ripping. Come on. Let's go, XOM. SoFi curling to the downside. Those puts are waking up as well. Come on, XOM's waking up here, guys. Let's go. Come on. I want more. I want more. SPY breaking down here, guys. SPY is breaking down, testing 617. Come on. Break it down, SPY. Break it down. XOM's coming into price target 1. Beautiful pump on XOM, guys. Beautiful. This is a swing trade level as well as a day trade level. I love when two levels confluence. We're approaching prior day low on XOM. That is my first trim move stop to break even on this trade. Come on. Tesla's starting to work in favor. Let's go. Come on. Come on. JP say, if I have someone by your side, ask them to hold you tight today. Thanks, JP. Come on, Tesla. Take us. Take us lower. Come on, Tessie. You know you want to dump. SPY testing some key levels here. We're back testing that opening range high. Thank you for your indicator, Bart. Identifying these 15-minute opening ranges. That is critical for day trading. Tesla, come on, Tesla. Fall here, Tesla. See how they tried sweeping us on our 3-minute close? Tesla's looking a little bit heavier here. Come on, Tessie. Retest that pre-market low. SPY still looking like it's trying to bounce here. XOM still coming into profit target 1, guys. Come on, back to the lows, Tesla. Back to the lows. You're not ready for a swing trade yet, Tesla. You know you want to go a little bit lower. Come on. Wow, those EQT puts, guys. Monster price action. Ooh, man. Look at Kraft Heinz ketchup. Ripping today, 1.55%. Who called these consumer staples, man? Wow, look at that move. KHC. So yesterday we entered really some new trades. A couple of them aren't working out, but I mean, Lennar, ripping. KHC, ripping. Massive. Starbucks, that was brought to you by yours truly, Sarfares, for bringing that up. I want to thank you, Sarfares. Look at that bullish cross on Starbucks on the 7 and 20. The 20-day moving average is intersecting with the 7. Very rare signal. EQT, we crushed those put options. We'll see if Meta's obviously not cooperating a little bit. Enphase is not really cooperating, but charts are still okay. Those are more a little bit longer term. But XOM is coming up here, guys. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. Come on, XOM. Get a nice high spike. Crude oil's catching some volume. Pepsi's flying. Ripping here, Pepsi. A lot of strength in consumer staples. Healthcare is doing well today. Hershey, monster move in Hershey. Look at that stick in Hershey. Whoa. Chocolate drop. PayPal trying to break out here. FDX trying to make a move higher here, negating that whole entire gap down on FedEx. Bitcoin still struggling a touch here. Wow. Come on, Tesla. Tesla's still trying to hold steady here. Tesla's still holding steady here. XOM is pushing, guys. Come on. SPY catching a really nice stick here. XOM's coming into target, guys. There's XOM, guys. I just trimmed half of my XOM. Beautiful. In profit there at 107.74. Trimmed half. Stop loss is now at break even, guys. Beautiful. Come on, we just need Tesla to cooperate, and I'd be very happy. But everyone had opportunity to get on XOM train. Everyone had ample opportunity. Please hit that like button on the stream. That's another high alpha trade that we just executed. So that was a clean little $114 on common shares on XOM for me. Still holding 300 shares long. Could take over 200 profit on XOM. But I'm happy to let this one ride in the event that we get more capital flowing out of tech into energy. Crude oil is still okay. I'm starting to see nat gas trying to form a bit of a bottom here. Natural gas. It is catching a decent stick to the upside. That gas came close to adding. So we took monster profits on EQT already, XOM. We just need Tesla to try to break this key level. It does look like it's going to do it for sure. Lennar up 3%. Let's go. Come on. Starbucks up 2%. Beautiful. CBNA rode from 332.50, put from 295 to 515. Nice job there. Yeah, CBNA is going negative here. It's definitely under quite a bit of pressure here. You're the Carvana trader, eh? Look at that. Anonymous is all over Carvana. All right, come on here. This is where Tesla could pay us, guys. Pay us, Elon. Or I should say Trump, pay us. Guys, those EQT puts are still printing up over 80%. If we can get that ask price, they'd be up over 340%. Oh my God, why is the range so big on this July 25th $56 put? If we can tighten up the bid and the ask on EQT, it's trading at 183 to 345. I want that ask. That'd be a 350% banger. Look at XOM still grinding, guys. Tesla now coming in. Come on, Tessie. Break it. Break this level. There's some support here on Tessie. This is pre-market support. All right, we're knifing. We're knifing. Let's go, Tesla. Let's ride it. Carvana's dumping. SPY under pressure. Nvidia now down 2.66%, guys. This market is in trouble. Semiconductors are seeing some real weakness. Look at our SOXS 850 calls. Those are absolutely flying here. XOM is still printing. Our Valero calls, 140 calls are absolutely printing here. Come on. Come on, Tessie. Let's dump it. Tesla, come on. 295s. Come on. Get them in the money. Get them in the money. Here we go, guys. Bigger sell side pressure hitting the tape here. Again, I could see SPY still heading to that gap fill, guys. SPY could absolutely. You have the SOXX down over 1% on the session. SPY is knifing here. Look at SPY. Ooh. Knifing. Come on, Tessie. Keep falling. Keep falling. Keep falling here. Yeah, just trying to make it back. Yeah, I know. Crude oil is starting to pump here, guys. WTI crude. Take a look at this. Big breakout on crude. What is that doing for XOM? It is pumping it. XOM, red to green reversal. Stunning price action. Stunning price action on XOM, guys. Here we go. Printing. Printing. Pepsi is squeezing. Pepsi is squeezing. Consumer staples are grabbing all of the semiconductor liquidity, guys. Absolutely grabbing it. Monster move on XOM, guys. Stunning. I like it a lot. We are approaching some minor resistance here, guys, on XOM, but I'm going to see if we can be a little bit greedy on these energy trades. I'm looking for a convincing move into the 108 category. 108. Yeah, I'm still in VZ $45 calls. They're down because it took a harsh dip, but I'm still in Verizon calls, Anonymous. It is making a nice little bullish recovery. So those contracts could still get in the money and net us some money, but right now they're down substantially. I'm not looking to add to them. It was a very small position. But we'll see if that wants to get in the money. It is making a nice recovery. Come on, Tessie. Come on, Tessie. SoFi. SoFi $18 puts are in the money, guys. SPY is testing the middle of its range, trying to break down here. SPY. Here we go. SPY's going to retest the 616 zone. Come on, Tesla. Take us to the promised land. No, I'm not going to add to Meta yet. I would consider adding to Meta, guys, if SPY fills this gap around 614. But I'm not adding to Meta yet. Come on, Tesla. Take us. Take us to the promised land. SPY catching a bit of a bid here. XOM still strong, guys. Look at this XOM chart. We're absolutely crushing it. We hit TP1. Resistance at 108.03. UNH absolutely ripping here now. Testing 320, 323. Crazy price action. But you're seeing a huge rotation trade. This is what we've been pounding the table on, is a rotation out of semis and some of your tech-heavy stocks into consumer staples, healthcare. That's exactly what is occurring here today. SoFi $18 puts are in the money, guys. Look at SoFi. Dripping here as well. SoFi is dripping. I like this a lot, guys. We're up over 50% on those puts from yesterday. Come on, SoFi. Keep dripping. Anonymous looking at Jumia. JMIA. Yeah, high volume spike breakout candle. Strong off of this daily chart bull flag. You're looking at a 1, 2, 3, a really 3-bar surge on the breakout. This stock is very strong, but it could use some backing and filling here. I would wait for the next consolidation pattern along this between 415 or 410 to 430. You want to see it consolidate. So nothing to do there. Come on, Tessie. Keep falling. Keep falling, guys. Tesla, come on. Tesla wants that pre-market low again. SPY wants to go lower. It's finding some support. Look at Tesla, guys. Tesla dripping to the downside. Come on, take these 295s in the money. Let's go, Tessie. I have a really big long level on Tesla around 290. Just above 290, I have a really big long level. This was the first level we identified. Had an epic bounce. We're now shorting Tesla. But I have a re-entry on the long side around 290. It should correlate with SPY coming down to its gap fill around 614.85. XOM still looking constructive. Markets are trying to hold steady here. SPY trying to hold steady, but we've lost the opening range high. We're testing this wide range green bar breakout candle on the 5-minute chart of SPY. Not a good sign for the bulls right now. We should head lower. Come on. What time is it? 10:45? Damn. Alright guys, I'm going to stay on for another 15 minutes here. Because our trades are absolutely printing in both directions. XOM long, still ripping here. Ripping. Tesla put, dumping. SoFi put, in the money. Let's go. Starbucks, Lennar, Pepsi, Home Depot, Clorox, your FedEx, they're absolutely Hershey up 5%. Merck up a couple percent. Bitcoin taking a dump here, guys. Look at XOM go, guys. Woo-wee. Beautiful price action. Beautiful new high incoming for XOM. Come on, get these 295s in the money on Tesla. 295 put. What I'm going to look to do here, guys, Tesla taps pre-market low. I'm going to trim half of my contracts at pre-market low. 297.34. XOM still printing here. SPY coming in. SPY looking... Can we get our 850 SOXX calls in the money today? Can we get those SOXS calls in the money today? Tesla dumping here, guys. We're going to go 2 for 2. Live day trading? I think so. Strong chance. Alright, so I'm looking at covering half at pre-market low. 297.34. Come on, Tessie. Print. Print, print, print. There is some support here on SPY. This was that previous little range that we traded yesterday. But I do suspect we are going to break through it at some point today. Maybe you get a bounce here because we have a 3-bar surge on the 15-minute chart. Come on. SoFi going lower. Take out that low of day, SoFi. Take out that low of day. SPY's only down 0.23%. Qs are down 0.8%. Huge divergence in SPY and Qs, guys. If you're wanting to short the indices, QQQ, look at XOM. Monster surge, guys. Boom. That is some really strong resistance there. All right, guys, I'm going to exit all of my XOM here. I'm seeing crude oil taking a bit of a knife down here. So I'm exiting all of my XOM here. All of XOM right here, 108.04. All out. Stunning little trade, guys. Stunning little trade. I still think it's into an interesting swing trade level, but I'm holding Valero calls instead. So that was a nice day trade scalp there, guys. I'm all out of my XOM. It can still go higher, but I'm all out. Nice little profit there. Beautiful. Beautiful. All out of XOM. Beautiful. So $114 trim on the first amount of XOM shares and a $204 trim on the second set. Total $318 profit on that day trade of XOM. All called out here live. Everyone had the opportunity. I even said 108 calls would look and likely work out. But stunning, stunning price action. All right, let's flip back to SPY here because we are still seeing some heavy distribution. But just be careful with crude oil here. Crude oil is trying to form a little minor downtrend, just very minor. Very minor. Tesla's still ripping to the downside here. Come on. I want more on these contracts. Get these 295s. Come on. And JP, I know your long XOM commons or calls. It still has room to push here on XOM. I think you could easily try to go back to that strike zone that we discussed yesterday. All right, Tesla's coming out into my first trim target here, guys. Pre-market low. SPY's catching a bit of a bounce here. Come on, Tesla. One more knife down, and I'm looking to exit half of my puts. One more knife down. One more knife down. Come on. SPY's catching a bid, though, so it might be difficult. Come on. Tesla catching a bit of a bounce here. Again, SPY still should try to target this gap fill around 614.86. SPY should try to target that gap. EQT puts deep in the money, guys. EQT puts are deep in the money. Tesla coming. Come on, Tesla. Another wave of sell side. Come on, Tessie. Dump it, dump it, dump it. Dump it. We're almost up a full dollar on these Tesla again. I'm trimming at pre-market low here, guys. Half of my contracts. I'm short 4 contracts. I'll look to exit 2 of them. And those are the 295s. I got in at 550. Come on. Come on, Tesla. Dump it, dump it, dump it. Get ready, guys. What the hell is going on my chart? Someone's messing my chart up. Crude oil taking a little bit of a dive here. Natural gas getting a nice rebound, guys. Come on. One more little dump on Tesla, and we'll be taking another profit here on the live stream. We're very close. Here it is, guys. Come on. SPY's still steady, trying here. Come on, Tessie. A lot of staple stocks are continuing to hit another high of day. SPY trying to hold steady here. Come on, Tesla. One more little dip. One more little dip. You know you want to hit that. Come on. Come on. Pre-market low. Give me a tap of 297. We're 30 cents away. Come on. Come on, Tessie. Come on. We're almost there, guys. SPY's trying to bounce here. You gotta test that liquidity. Ah, SPY's trying to bounce, guys. Alright, guys, I trimmed half of my Tesla there. That was good enough. At 655. Trimmed half of my Tesla 295 puts. Moving stop loss to break even. Contracts are sitting at $5.50. We made $1. Over $1, $1.05 per contract there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Still have some runners in the event that Tesla wants to go lower. So just under 20% on the first trim on Tesla. I still think that there's more. I do think there's more. Wow. Crazy day, but nice couple wins on the session here, guys. Really solid wins intraday. Everyone had opportunity to capture some alpha here on the live stream, so please hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't. Once again, another profitable session here. SoFi continuing to melt here, guys. I'm looking at trimming these $18 puts. I'm very close, but I want a new low of day. SoFi could even test prior day low. Very interesting. SoFi puts are still printing. Oh my, oh my. Look at SoFi knifing here. Knife it. Tesla's still near the lows there, guys. Let's see if we can get these 295s in the money. You can see Tesla did tap pre-market low there, guys. Tesla tapping pre-market low. If it loses this pre-market low, it is going to get nasty. Nasty, I tell you. And I want it to get nasty. I absolutely want it to get. Great session today, guys. Great session. Contracts are printing here. I got 2 running contracts left on Tesla 295 puts. Let's see if we can get them in the money. Big breakdown there on SPY. Really big breakdown on SPY. New high on XOM. Hope you're still holding strong there, JP. Look at that XOM flying, guys. I'm in my swing trade, my Valero. I'm in Valero 140 calls. Sorry, 140 calls. Monster. Natural gas making a huge bid off of the lows there. Big bounce on that gas. Nice, JP. Amazing. Big spike on crude oil coming into play. Big spike on crude oil. Again, look at the strength in XLE trying to go positive as the markets are mixed. So some clear outperformance in some of these energy names. Beautiful. Beautiful. And you can clearly see there's much weaker price action in the Qs. Look at this opening range on the Qs, guys. How far below we are. Opening low is 549.15. We're trading like almost $3 below on the Qs. When you look at SPY is still holding that opening range. So this is actually a positive sign that we're seeing. Despite the Qs are getting absolutely crushed today and mega cap tech, this is actually healthy in the grand scheme. Why? Because it's not a broad market sell-off. This is exactly what I was discussing in previous videos on YouTube, yesterday's streams, the last couple of days. I said we're going to see a capital rotation trend. That would be the healthiest thing for this bull market, is if we saw a capital rotation trade where your mega cap tech and semis saw some distribution, which is what we're seeing today. And you're seeing that money flow into other sectors of the market, consumer staples, healthcare, home builders. That is healthy for S&P 500 to continue its upside trajectory. So don't let this little move down get you all bared up. This is very healthy. Yeah, RSP, right? Equal weight of the NASDAQ and SPY, right? RSP today. Look at RSP. Stunning. You took the words out of my mouth there, Anonymous. Amazing price action. Look at RSP. Breaking out to the high side. So you're getting some outperformance in other aspects of the market. This is exactly what we need for the bull market to continue to trend higher. This is why I'm so bulled up and I've been accumulating more longs, because we are due for a broad market rotation, and that's exactly what we're getting. To a T. So So perfect observation there. It's exactly... Wow, energy stocks have made a huge reversal, guys. We absolutely picked that bottom in XOM, guys. Look at that move. Holy monsters. Monster energy trades. But nice bounce on SPY today. Really solid bounce back up. Let's see if we get another wave of selling. Yeah, net is having a really solid downward move right now. Look at Cloudflare getting absolutely annihilated. Huge bearish engulfing candle. All right, guys, I am cutting my SoFi puts here. Beautiful. So since I close my SoFi puts here, all out of SoFi. Look at these net puts. They're friggin' rocking and rolling. Cloudflare NET. 182.50. So you're seeing a clear capital rotation trade. Clear as day. Huge bounce on Tesla, guys. Huge bounce on Tesla. Let's flip back to the Qs here. Look at XOM roaring here, guys. It is absolutely flying. Holy. Valero, nasty. Starbucks, nasty. Look at that Starbucks rally. Sarfris, nice. Lennar, even nastier. Look at that. Pepsi, we just discussed Pepsi in detail in that pre-market. Look at that epic breakout. Whoa. ITB Home Builders. 4.22% on ITB. ABTR, SPY coming in right now. Let's look at these Qs. Really, the market's only going to bottom when the Qs bottom here. So Qs are almost down 15%. But I like this liquidity. Rope it. Rope it. Look at that. And you're getting demolished price action in nvidia, guys. Let's go. nvidia puts. nvidia puts. Ooh-wee. Wow, look at net puts at $5. Nasty. nvidia 152.50s, guys, are in the money. 152.50s are in the money. What a nasty candle on the Qs, guys. Whoa. Guys, I just closed my nvidia 152.50 puts. Beautiful profit. Beautiful. Friggin' crazy session. Look at nvidia knifing, guys. Look at the Qs knifing. Let's go, man. Nasty price action, guys. Net just almost hit that target zone there. Net should hit 183.86 today. Wow. SOXX 850 calls are absolutely flying as well. This is a hectic session. Hectic. Lots of profit securing. Look at nvidia. So again, I closed nvidia 152.50 puts in the money. Nasty price action, guys. Nasty. Tesla's still holding here. Look at SPY. SPY's testing a little bit of a breakdown here. Whew. Filthy. That is filthy. Look at our SOXS, guys. 850 calls. Come on, can they get in the money? Semis are just absolutely knifing here. Come on. Look at SPY knifing here. Yeah, XOM is madness. Energy ripping face here. Look at that. That's almost a 10x trade. If you were in any call options off the bottom there, oof, nasty. That could be an easy 10x. Look at Valero, freaking monster as well. Come on, SOXS. Get these 850 calls in the money today. We're printing nicely on those SOXS. Wow. Absolutely monster profits. Guys, I'm looking at considering taking some profits on Cloudflare NET 182.50 puts. I'm looking for a tap of this 183.92 zone for first trim on Cloudflare puts. All right. Let's look at Qs again. Qs are still holding steady. A bit of buying coming into the markets. The Qs and semis are taking a bit of a breather, but SPY's looking a little bit weak here. Crazy price action. It's crazy. This is gnarly. Hood is now down 2, Palantir down 5, Nvidia down 3.75, Apple still green up 1.94, SoFi down a couple, Warner Brothers down 5, Snapchat still green. Action-packed session here. Action-packed session. Tesla's still down on the session, but off of the lows, it's down testing that 300 level. Meta getting hit pretty hard today, down 2.38%. Crude oil coming in a touch here. At least we're still seeing a lot of the consumer staples names and healthcare names holding steady. They haven't, they're not dumping the entire market just yet. That would be the concern for the bulls, is if you start to see those leaders really take it on the chin. Let's keep going. All right, guys, Cloudflare is coming into target. Trim target on Cloudflare. It is coming into target here, guys. NET puts, 182.50 puts. I'm going to look for a trim here. So XS is still pushing here. Come on, Cloudflare. All right, Cloudflare is into first trim target, guys. Cloudflare is into first trim target. Can we get 182.50s? I just trimmed half of my Cloudflare at $5.75. Beautiful profits, guys. Monster. Stunning price action, guys. Monster gain there on Cloudflare. 98% gain. Huge moves. Whew. That's crazy. Look at that dump. Still have half of my contracts running. Locking in 98% on first trim, guys. If we get to 182.50 today, or if we sweep these lows again, I'm going to look to take the rest of them off the table. Stunning price action. Monster move down. That's crazy. Look at the Qs. Let's look at Tesla again. Tessie's still holding steady here. Nvidia really dumping here. This market can get a really good balance if we can stabilize here on the Qs. That's crazy. Insane profits, guys. I'll be right back, guys. Thanks, Sarfriz. Mike was muted, but I'm going to take a bit of a break here, an early lunch. It's been a beautiful day trading session here on the live stream. Basically hit all the trades that we wanted to. Monster profits in XOM. Beautiful, just over 20% gain on Tesla. Huge little swing trade profits on Net. Monster profits on EQT. It's been really, really good trading here this morning. As always, if anything else changes in the markets, I will obviously hop on if there's any sort of day trading levels that I think are worth noting. Then I'll hop on the stream. Obviously, I'll be back for Power Hour session. See if we can catch any sort of extra trades. But beautiful profits in SoFi, Cloudflare, Tesla, XOM. Closed our nvidia 152 puts. It's been a huge trading session for us. We have a whole bunch of our longs doing extremely well. We entered Lennar yesterday. We entered Starbucks yesterday. It's been a very good session. But we've pretty much rocked this session. Pepsi, that was one of our bullish plays that we've been in for a couple trading sessions. Monster moves in some of these names. Valero's printing to the upside. That's quite a stunning move in some of these individual tickers. But nevertheless, thank you all, and we'll see you for the Power Hour session. And hopefully we can catch a little bit more momentum. For now, I think the markets can catch a bid, but keep your eyes on the Qs, right? The Qs still could go a little bit lower. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a bit of profit taking off of some of these consumer staples names, which could influence SPY. I still had SPY retesting this lower gap fill, so just be careful about that. Just be very careful about that. So right now the clear market trend is weakness in mega cap tech and semiconductors minus Apple. Obviously Meta, that trade is right now a little bit down on the session. I still have higher price, but Meta's actually into an interesting level, backtesting that 7-day moving average. I am interested in maybe adding to Meta, but I'm just waiting to see how this market wants to shake out. But as always, hit that like button, and we will see you for the Power Hour trading session. It should be very interesting.
No, NWM. And rates are popping too. Yields are pushing back up. So dollar's stronger. I don't know. It might be the bill.
It's
Deregulation stuff.
Yeah, it could be.
it's positioning, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's all.
Oh my God, UNH about to touch 325.
Yeah, boy. It's fucking awesome.
Well, IWM is the one that hasn't made a new high yet, right? You got SPX that made it, as well as Dow made it, and QQQ made it, right? Nasdaq made it.
Guys, MODG Topgolf 853 are up almost 6% on Topgolf. 853.
Yeah, but like, is someone talking? I'm sorry,
No.
I can't hear.
No,
Oh,
go ahead,
you.
bro.
Oh, you.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, so I was
just
just saying, like, IWM was just it always fakes out before it actually goes on a run. So I mean, it it always does a false breakout before it actually goes. So I would just keep an eye on it because I don't know. It's gonna squeeze hard one way or the other, in my opinion.
Well, it kind of had a false breakout in June, retraced back down into the low 200s, like mid 207 area, and now it's pushing back up. So
Yeah, it was Yeah, that was pretty key to hold the 207. Otherwise, it would have cratered.
Yeah, it feels like maybe it's just
Laggard.
rotations, right?
What's
It's
up?
just rotational. If they're selling tech to begin the quarter and they're moving the money into things that aren't on all-time highs.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's rotational. It's kind of smaller cap, mid cap, because it doesn't take as much money to move those. So they're just trying to get profits, I think. Quick hitters, in my opinion, that could be easily moved. But if you try to map it out with COVID, um,
Sorry, son, I accidentally hit the mute button.
no, I was just gonna say check out the IWM chart regarding COVID, because it might do the same thing. I haven't looked at it. I'm driving, but you know, we did the exact kind of V-shaped recovery with COVID, on SPY and Qs, and I bet it might be similar to IWM now. But I haven't looked at the charts at all, so I'm just guessing.
Calls KSS up 11.85% at $9.49.
Damn, what a ripper!
Hey, SPY is looking strong here on the on the 15-minute chart. Double bottom just now on SPY.
Well, son, it's kind of funny with IWM too. It's like they rebalance, they take out all the best companies, add some shit to it, and then it pops.
MODG's 860, up almost 7% today. Top Golf.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense that they're on the rebalancing. It does pop because it is kind of fresh buying. Did you guys see that MSTR? Like, I don't even know some of these random ETFs, like the Russell 200. Like, someone posted that last night, how MSTR got into the Russell 200. I didn't even know there was such a thing.
I only thought there was the Russell 1000, 2000, and 3000.
2000 and 3000. Yeah, same. So, what the fuck is going on? I think it's like Russell Growth 200 or some shit. I don't know what it is, man. I'm so weird. Dude, restaurants are surging. Eat cake, BLMN.
Yeah, there is an iShares Russell Top 200 ETF.
FLNCE catching that bid, finna go test $7 again.
What's that company?
At 705 yesterday.
Fluence, right? Is that Fluence?
Yeah, it's called Fluence Energy.
Energy company, okay.
Yeah, they do like energy storage for like renewables and batteries and shit.
See, Amazon hit a new low and then it just ripped higher back to 220. There's definitely some buying in that today, just watching it.
On MODG, over this 853 level, I have 1061 as my next level on MODG to the top side.
My God, son, UNH 325.5, RH 204.
Generac heading for 146. It's at 145.82.
Got London close in 1 minute.
Airbnb at 135.30, up 2.26%. Made a double bottom on the 10-minute chart on Airbnb. Intel getting a buy signal on Intel 30-minute chart.
I was just looking at that.
Yeah, it looks good, man.
I'm done
Yeah.
buying the
Yeah.
highs in Intel. I'll buy a low next time next time I see a low in it, I'll buy it, but I'm not buying highs.
Yeah. What is this? RH. The RH 240 calls for August 15th are up 42% or $150 per contract. Whoever called that RH play out, thanks.
I mean, I mentioned it, but I know that Amen and Sun were speaking of it last week, so
Yeah. So thanks to you guys for mentioning it.
AMD got a pretty good bounce on 135.28. I took profit. Still holding 2 contracts.
Bo Bear, I'm curious what numbers you have for UNH.
Hold on, let me look at that chart.
Because now that this thing's gotten going, to me, like it could certainly fill the gap and go to 380.
I have first target is 337. Hold on. 337.80. And then above that I have 406.73. And that's
Damn.
on the daily chart. Yeah. So you should be good, bro.
No, I need to get back in.
Oh, you sold.
I keep taking profits. I mean,
That's good though. You're
yeah,
taking profits as you go. Good.
I know. No, I didn't have a great trading month, so that's why I'm like, I'm seeing profits now, and I'm just trying to get like my long term account's been fine, but trading I've had some bad days, so just trying to get my confidence back.
They're doing good, man. Yeah, so 331, 40, 337, 80, and then 406, 73. If it gets over this 337.80, that's a gap.
Yeah,
There's a gap there on the daily. So
it's
yeah.
a giant gap. That's the Amen gap, we'll call it.
Yeah. So that's what I have on this. 337.80.
Oh no, that's not the Amen gap is all the way up at 575 to 500.
There's a lot of gaps on this thing.
Yeah.
Bro. But yeah, UNH looks good.
The latest gap that above is from when the CEO resigned.
Oh, okay.
Son, let me know if you're up. I tried to add you, but it gave me some error message.
Oh, let me see. I invited him to speak, so hopefully he gets it. I didn't even notice he was.
Thanks. Dude, I don't. This is so fucking gonna be weird, but I think you long home builders. I think home builders are long.
DHI?
You know, son,
All of them.
I completely agree. There's a lot of benefits in this bill. There's like 20 to 30% their costs are going to be cut by for home builders within this
Yeah,
bill.
I mean it's that. I mean,
Well, and it's just speed up.
I mean they're doing the private equity thing, but they're also not just doing private equity. They're doing the mortgages backed by stable coins, right? So they're just really inflating the real estate too more. So I think that's kind of yeah. I don't know, man. It's it seems like
So what are you looking to play? Home Depot, or are you looking to play?
yeah, I mean, I just noticed Home Depot was just straight up all day.
What about
Um,
Builders First? That's a
well,
popular one.
I kind of like
Ooh,
Lennar if I'm gonna play something maybe.
you see, Builders First is up 8%.
Yeah, I mean, RH is one of the plays for that, right? So
Yeah,
I do have that, but I kind of Lennar looks interesting. Wow, dude. I mean, Crowd, Netflix, they went wow, huge 10%. Not 10% for Netflix, but almost a 5% for Netflix. And
Son, if you're gonna play homes, right?
Nail.
But why not Pulte, right? Because Pulte has a connection to the White House.
Well, what's ticker on that?
PHM.
Oh, that's right. That's right,
The
dude. That
chart
shit's
looks
been
really
rocking
good too.
too.
Chart looks really good too.
Yeah,
It's
that
breaking
shit's
out.
been that, yeah,
Which one is that again?
that does pretty well.
PHM.
PHM. That's a good one.
Yeah, the son of owner of Pulte, isn't he the head of FHA or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I have noticed like a lot more flow on this than ever before this year. So I was wondering why that was, and that I didn't make that connection. Just also, if anyone's AEHR, they do testing for semis. I think it might be if you're into like the I think like box trading thing. It's like stage 2. Um, but if I don't know that's kind of interesting how it continued today. I was looking at that yesterday.
I think that's why IWM is ripping, because you're right. It's the home builders. Look at all those stocks.
yeah, I agree with that.
All the home stocks are just going crazy today.
And then if you look at also some of these retailers that were hot at the beginning of last year, Elf, ANF, those are all kind of just squeezing. So I don't know if this means anything, but it's kind of interesting. McDonald's finally going back to 300. I don't know. Retail seems to be doing good.
Caterpillar new high a day.
Son, look at PHN's 5-minute chart. What is this?
Holy shit.
Somebody turn on the buying
Holy
algo.
shit.
What the hell?
People are just
What's-
squeezing in there, man, trying to get
What stock is that?
PHM.
Just a 5-minute chart.
Just put that 5-minute chart up and look at this thing.
Just for today. Just boom, 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 boom.
I mean, Builders is identical, so they're just they must be buying the ETFs, and it's just getting spread out.
I mean, and if you just want an ETF, it's Nail. That's the 3 times levered.
But this is also a rotation. If you look at TGT, for example, or if you go for JNG,
Ooh, that's right.
Merck, I mean, this is a complete rotation to out of tech. I mean, I don't say that complete, but at least there is a rotation here. Yeah?
Except for Intel, the new tech leader. It's at highs of the day, up 2.5%. Fucker.
I mean, if you look at large cap 200 billion and above, if you look at UNH, LOW, TMO, Merck, Home Depot, DHR, PEP, all of them are up today. And then the other side is all tech related. Crowd, Palantir, Tesla, Spotify.
All the big Damn,
Exactly.
Netflix at the lows of the day again. Damn. I'm so mad because I wanted to get the 1,300 puts, but
I mean, bring the 5-minute chart of Pfizer. Just 4% today. I mean, Pfizer 4% is huge.
it's been the dog too, yeah.
Just look at 5-minute chart of Pfizer. It's also like, or TGT. All of them are same.
Yeah, it's rotation. You could tell.
It does seem like that because it seems like well, yeah, the shorts are getting squeezed out of their positions.
or trying to get out of their positions.
I mean, this is first day of the quarter, yeah. So
yeah, Honeywell too. It's at the highest too. I mean, that's just
exactly.
straight up. I mean, every stock that's green is pretty much at the top, at the highs still.
Damn, I like this Pulte chart a lot now. Thanks for talking about home builders.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think it's just so crazy how, because I've been looking to see if it's a short or a long again, and it's just been dead, and then finally it's just boom. It's been building a base, and I don't know.
It's a nice like base breakout on Pulte
Brad,
and
QQQ 544 put 0 DTEs.
the thing about rotation, man, IWM, you don't like the next day is gonna be like deeper.
Well, yeah. See, that's the thing about IWM. It's a rotation. It should be a squeeze, right? It's not really.
Yeah.
Really, IWM should squeeze. That's it. I don't consider it like a rotation because they just want to get out of that shit quick. I think, but they'll play the momentum if it gets momentum. I mean,
so I have this resistance on IWM. It's hitting it right now on hourly. So
I will say, just
yeah.
real quick, Kev. The cues for me, it hit my low target, so I'm out of my puts.
I got some IWM 217 puts for Thursday. Paid $1.40. That's what catching a little bit, right?
Yeah, Tesla's it looks like it's settling down or around 300. Netflix new lows. Fucking.
YOLO, I was just saying, and I don't know, like if this is just an eye test, but when IWM seems to be pumping this year, I've noticed like Tesla typically does well.
Yeah, I mean it's risk appetite, I guess, right? Tesla is using.
Yeah.
So it could be. I mean, I'm watching Tesla. Like Tesla didn't create a new low on that dump. So,
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't trust it. I mean, I'm not saying get long Tesla, definitely not.
I'm not wrong. I'm not
wrong.
Just something to keep an eye on too. Spotify is about to touch the 20-day on the daily. At 721. So look to see if it breaks down there or if he could go long there.
Yes, he's trying to go for the low again.
And if it breaks down there, you could go for like 680. The 50-day.
I added to my AMD puts on that pullback.
Damn, look at them take profit on these Dash. See, sometimes when they do huge rolls, like Dash and do huge cons, I feel like I see them take a lot of profit because it's like resistance. Technical resistance, essentially.
Yeah, that RH is Restoration Hardware.
Dude, ripping.
Now Apple's selling off.
I'm up 54% on my August calls.
Nice, man.
Yeah, I'll make the call. I think Apple $200 puts 2 weeks out are probably a good play.
Really?
I think this was just like end of the quarter. They squeezed it and sort of got it back.
I kind of like that. I'll be honest. And then I wouldn't mind seeing the other mega caps resume.
I don't know. I mean,
fuck around 200 forever.
Apple needs to get below 203 again to even consider going a lot lower. Because this is a breakout, probably be a retest at 203, 204.
Yeah, but YOLO, it rejected this FVG, which I mentioned, 210, yeah? I mean,
I'm just saying, like, when it goes back, right, it's going to try to back test that breakout, too.
Agree. So 206 is now another FVG which I have to 203.
Dude, another one that could keep going at least is Pepsi. I do I had the 133 calls for next week, the 140 calls for July OPEX, and the 150 calls for August OPEX.
SPY puts have been outpacing like 4-to-1 Fed.
I mean, that's good. We need the put to call ratio to get normalized.
Yeah,
And that fresh highs again of the day. Jesus Christ. They're just going to keep pushing these things.
First solar is starting to pump.
Let's fucking go.
yeah. My array shares are doing amazing today.
Airy.
I'm glad I bought that freaking beer yesterday.
Dude, I made a shitload of money 2021 with Airy. I love that stock. And it reminds me of just saying Harry in English. So
Yeah, so I got in like at 580 yesterday on that. You know, they were panic selling because of that tax thing.
yeah.
And today, for some reason, it's FSLR and all they're up like 10%. So maybe something changed and we don't know about. Because
I mean, it
Elon has
should
been
be
hammered.
changing, I think. I
They
mean, I
may
did.
they may give Elon some things because he's been asking for this solar stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, he's been saying that China they're way behind China.
And the thing is, like this solar things, if you look at red states, dude, they've actually been, prominent. Like especially Texas, our energy is coming from solar as well, and they use it as a backup.
It's not just Elon that's pumping. Like Meta announced that they're going to continue investing into it. So I think just big tech believes in it.
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna keep these shares for a while.
So check out RUN. I grabbed calls. I grabbed calls earlier this week or last week rather. I grabbed them like Friday or Thursday last week rather, and yeah, looks like it's still pumping. Looks like it's still catching the bid. Looks like that option chain's still lighting up. Are you in?
Yeah, that was the other one. Kev, I was looking at either buy Ari or
RUN.
run
Yeah, they were hitting
or
the
run.
SEDG too. I mean, that's up 10%, I think. NVO finally caught a bid at 68. It's at 70 now.
And the other one is Enphase.
Yeah, other ones. I just don't like.
Damn, Intel's just ripping now.
Wait,
2312
do I
in
still have
hold.
the September calls? Because I added those. I never sold it.
When Intel goes up, like if it's ripping like this, that means we're about to have a doomsday.
We're about to have what?
H pattern playing out on Roblox.
Oh, let's fucking go, Roblox.
YOLO, what did you say?
I'm just joking. I'm
Yes, sir.
saying,
Hey man,
go ahead,
finish
sorry.
when you get out the bathroom. Not like you taking the shit, bro.
Yeah. All day. All day on the toilet.
Look, YOLO, what I think they're going to announce big layoffs coming up. I mean, I don't think that. I heard that. So that's what I was kind of getting bullish on Intel for. And potentially spinning off some of their existing businesses and narrowing down their focus moving forward.
Oh my
You're
god.
bullish on them announcing layoffs?
Yeah, I mean, cut costs.
I guess short term.
They don't need.
It'll be a
They
bit
just
of
have
pain on the
redundancy.
price.
They have way too many people there.
Yeah, all of the tech companies they hired way too much during COVID.
So look at CLF, Cleveland Cliff. I don't know if this is just because of the big beautiful bill, but it's super catching a bid, up 3% on the day. I grabbed 8.5 calls for August yesterday. Currently up 35% on those. Let's go. Let's see if we can catch a really, really good bid on this. Shout out
Yo,
AKC.
this damn app, man.
Did you get kicked out or something?
Yeah, I was here talking this entire time, and I'm.
Oh, but you were actually gone. I was looking and you had left. So
That's weird. I was in here. I was trying to talk. I wouldn't unmute me or anything.
All right, the stage is yours.
No, I was just saying, Generac is at 146 right now, up 1.94%. Generac is breaking out. DHI looks good. DR Horton, it's a home builder. So
RH206 just hit.
Let's go. 60% up.
Hey, YOLO, this goes to, you were talking about IWM. I totally missed this, but the KRE is up 2.5%. That's the regional bank index, which is has a decent weighting within the IWM.
Doesn't that have the biggest rating, right?
I think so.
Financial,
yeah, I would need to look at it, but it's been up all day, just trending higher. Actually, looks like it's breaking out. Anyone who wants to take a look at KRE and tell me it looks like actually a breakout on the daily.
Webull looks like it's found its bottom. It's looking pretty strong on the 1 hour.
Coles KSS 964, new high a day, up 13.5%.
Don't mean to sound like a broken record, but JetBlue is up almost 4% today. And it's breaking out on the 30-minute and 15-minute chart.
And they are non-stop buying this large cap. I mean, like Merck and Pfizer, DHR. It's crazy.
To me, this feels like a very bullish day overall. I think the fact that SPY and Qs are down is just because of the weighting of the big tech, but
it is J-Dash. If you look at RSP, which is equal weight is 1.25% today.
How much?
1.25.
I think y'all should really check out RUN. I think y'all should check out RUN. Look at that daily. Looking like it's getting a downtrend break, potential W pattern. Still didn't really completely fill that gap. This could be the opportunity where it fills that gap and plays out this W pattern to where it goes and tests that 13 and potentially breaks out. Like this daily setup is real nice. This weekly setup looks pretty good. Look like it's clearing all the moving averages. Could have a nice push.
Peak positive on run is at $12.
MODG up 8.20% at 871. On the daily chart, is printing a bullish engulfing candle on the daily. 871. My next target on this is 906 on Top Golf MODG.
IWM is now 218.
Honeywell 238,
Just
up 2.23%.
looking out across the landscape, Bitcoin looking like it's trying to create an H pattern, 50-minute time frame. Bitcoin is looking bearish. Might want to look play some proxy puts on Bitcoin, in my own personal opinion. Looking at the VIX is starting to pull back, but essentially has been chopping for the last hour and a half or so. And the market has been kind of responding in kind to just chop. Tesla has got a bit of a push, but still doesn't really look like it's picked a direction. Still essentially chopping from the pre-market. Still stuck in that range. Palantir, after a sell down and a bounce, potentially could be forming that H pattern that we love to see after a sell off. Similarly with AMD, however, it's trying to push slightly now. Meta testing the lows, still sitting pretty in my $700 puts. IWM cleared 218 and looked like it's still trying to push. Amazon still hanging out at 219. And it's just really just been barcoding all day for the most part. The Dow, after having a pull back, looked like it wants to try to go ahead and test that high and try to push higher. Nvidia, same story as AMD. Apple, after pulling back, is bouncing slightly, but still overall looks bearish. Microsoft, H pattern looked like it's trying to play out on the 15-minute time frame. And Google, after selling down and bouncing, looked like it's just mid equilibrium. It's what I got. Honorable mention, Hood, potential H pattern. Coin, H pattern breakdown. Carvana, after pullback, potential bounce and push higher to test the highs of the day. Oscar selling off, giving people a good buy-in.
This is a name we don't talk about much, but I'm interested in is Mattel. It's up almost 3% today, trending higher. Last month, they announced a deal with OpenAI to integrate OpenAI into their business one, and then to try to use it for future toys that they're going to create. And I think Hasbro got an upgrade today, so maybe that's why it's up.
I actually like Mattel. I collect a lot of that stuff. RH240 calls for August 15th went from 355 to 630, up 77%. My target on RH is 213.36. That's the level I have. The next level to the upside. So I'm gonna set a stop on these RH240 calls. Let me just let it roll. So thanks again for whoever mentioned between J Dash, Sun, and Amen. Thank you guys.
All good, brother.
Ticker FRO, Frontline, catching a bid, looked like a double bottom bounce from yesterday's lows. I'm still in the $20 calls for August.
Let's go. Good job, man.
And I ain't went nowhere. I'm red, so I mean we're gonna see what it's gonna do though.
Yeah. J Dash Intel looks really good on the 1 hour chart, bro. It hit my target at 23. Go look at Intel.
I know. I said I wasn't gonna buy a new high, and then I almost lifted an offer when it was at 22.95, and I didn't. And now I'm watching, but
I have 23.35 over 23.
what's that last week's high? Yeah.
JetBlue is at 442 or 4.5, almost 4.30%. Getting a buy signal on the 15 and the 30 minute on JetBlue. And if you look at the 15-minute chart right now, it's breaking out. So I got JetBlue shares at 431 per share. It's at 441.
The U.S. 2-year is pumping, and the 5-year it's up 1.5%.
Yeah, I think it's everything. I mean, the 10 years up 1%.
I guess it's pumping based on the bill.
I can't interpret rates or yields.
Trump is talking at Trump hosts immigration roundtable at New Florida detention facility. Do you guys want to hear it or no?
I'm listening to it right now. There's not a whole lot,
Okay.
not a whole lot going on.
Okay, cool. If you hear anything, let us know.
General Electric down.
That might be
3.5%.
bullish CCA. Is that the one that's in Florida? Or is that
CCA?
Geo?
Yeah. Wait, CCA. No, this MFS California Municipal Fund. Wait, what did you say the ticker was?
I'm talking about the. You said he's doing a conference at a detention facility, right?
Yeah.
So the detention facilities are owned by the private group CCA and GEO. One of them is in Florida. One of them is in Tennessee. I'm not sure which is which.
Well, the GEO is getting some volume on the 15-minute. It just double bottomed here. Geo Group.
He's still speaking at the Alligator Alcatraz. Been that whole thing this whole morning. He's just kind of going from spot to spot.
Oh my gosh.
Kev Bear, I'm gonna take a break, so I'm gonna step down from the co-host spot because I'll lose connection when I leave.
No problem, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, you got it. I'll be back for Power Hour.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so I'm watching Hood, and I could see 90 because there's pretty big gamma there.
You broke up. You could see 90 what?
I could see 90 holding.
Oh, sorry, one sec, guys. Tesla news just came out. Tesla's new car registration in Italy down 36% in first half versus same period 2024. Year over year, it's down 66%.
Let's go sell this bitch. Basement. Come back to the basement.
It's looking like it's about to. Looking like it's about to. But IWM just fucking. The Russell just looks super duper bullish. The Dow Jones also. It's crazy how bullish they look. And then you got. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry, I was just no. Finish your thing. Mine's not important. I was just going to say I jumped into the July 18th $10 calls on Run when you called it out. I'm up 4% right now.
Nice, bro. It's crazy. It took that long for me to fucking unmute. I was trying to though.
I jumped in a little while ago. I just didn't call. I didn't want to interrupt the flow. Everybody's chit-chatting. Oh, affirmative Senate passes Trump's $3.1 trillion One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So the bill's been passed.
Interesting. Elon is about to lose his mind now.
Vance was the deciding vote.
Oh, he was a tiebreaker. Wow.
This IWM's not stopping. Holy fuck.
Cypher mining CIFR looking like it's found support and it's about to go ahead and push and break 5.
Holy fuck.
And the PHM candles again, son. It just keep going up.
Yeah, man.
RNH, what's going on? I'm up 75% right now.
Dude, you see that reversal on John Deere too? Ooh. Dude, this IWM is nuts.
I took profit on RNH, not on purpose.
Which one?
I'll take 75%. Restoration
Oh,
Hardware.
RH? Yeah.
75%.
Nice, man.
I didn't mean to take it. I mean to set a stop.
It's
Fucked up.
this.
CLF looked like it's getting ready to go clear 8.
Oh fuck! I was gonna say too short. I didn't. Fuck. Kind of about to hit an IV wall.
Now, was solar added back into that bill? Big beautiful bill?
Not
No,
sure,
what it
man.
was is they're phasing it out is what I was told.
Okay.
Is that they're phasing it out. So KTB is one of the tickers that was added to that Morgan Stanley conviction list, currently up 7.5%. Also, Duke Energy, DUK is one of them that was added, currently up 0.75%. Just some shit I was keeping an eye on.
So the news about the bill: Trump mega bill squeaks through Senate, but House could still reject changes. So it's not final yet.
Okay.
Big Kev, look at Tesla 15-minute chart right now. It's printing an M pattern on Tesla.
Yeah, I talked about that. Well, not the M pattern, but I said it was starting to get a bit of a rejection whenever you got to reading that news. When someone read that news earlier.
Yeah.
VLO is getting a bid today. Valero.
Is that Valero? Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's Formula W.
So that's weird. So Valero Frontline, and then like one of the defense tickers are the ones that I was playing whenever there was that war going on or the conflict going on with Iran. So the fact that Frontline is starting to push and VLO is starting to push got me wondering what the hell is going on over there.
Well, so I was listening to Space earlier with like an oil analyst, and he's saying like you haven't seen the bottom yet. Oil's going to pump still.
Real quick on Google, GOOGL, the 30-minute chart is printing an evening star reversal. Have an NFP level at 174 on Google. If it loses that level, I have a level to the downside at 172.32 on Google. GOOGL.
Nice run. Are you in? Cleared $9. Can it hold it? Continue higher to go test. I got a level at 978.
Let's go. Most of the gamma positioning is at $4.
Hey, sorry, Bull Bear.
Yeah.
I'm still here. Question: can you look at a daily on the Qs when you get a chance? Tell me if that's the doji setup.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. Yes, it is.
That's pretty clean.
Yeah, it is.
Hmm.
What I have 540 as support.
IWM like peak positive I see is 220 for the week.
Hey, what exactly? What were you asking? What were you asking again, J Dash, on Qs on the daily?
On the daily chart, if it's a doji setup, like the 1, 2, 3, with yesterday's candle. So today is like the third candle that
Evening
confirmed.
star. What is it? The evening star setup? Yeah.
But I think a doji is a three-day pattern or a 3 time period pattern.
Yeah. You could even go look at the monthly chart. Look at the monthly.
And YOLO, just as far as IWM, KRE just keeps pumping up almost 4% now.
Yeah, same as the home builders. They just it's just keep going. Yeah.
IWM. Holy fuck.
220 is it could have resistance there.
Yeah, that was a nice move on that. So I'm closing half my position on my Meta 700, puts up 67%.
Oh, nice.
Meta's drilling. I've been talking.
All right, I'm gonna close these Northrop Grumman 520 calls. Went from 590 to 1245 or $655 a contract. I'm out of those.
Tesla's getting a bit of a bid right now. I'll stop at VWAP.
Dude, is this IWM run going to be similar to the last time we ran, where it just squeezes higher every fucking day?
I also grabbed some Deckers, DECK, Deck. I grabbed the 120 calls for January 2026.
Outdoor Corporation.
Tesla squeezing.
Yeah, Decker is Hoka and Uggs.
I actually
Yeah.
I like the 150s for leaps personally.
For Deck.
Yeah.
Shit, I mentioned this yesterday. Looks great today, but Blackstone BX.
Oh yeah.
I mean
mention
that if banks run.
Wait, you seeing it? Oh, well, it doesn't even need to get to 150.
Yeah, it doesn't need to get to 150, but I could see it get there too.
Yeah. Those contracts are cheap too. They're only $345.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not expensive. That's why I bought it.
Yeah, those are good. I like those.
Damn, YOLO, that PHM is +2 from where you bought it, I think. Fuck me.
I got in SPY 620 calls for 718.
Nice. I bought the SPX calls.
SPY.
6215.
Oh, nice. SPY on the 15-minute double bottomed on the 15-minute on SPY and it's bouncing. 10-minute is printing 3 white soldiers on SPY. That's bullish.
You know, Biogenome is going to, plus Pharma, obviously. Amgen is still at the highs at 294. 5% day.
I like SPY here, bro. Even on a Vol D, it's starting to way over the zero line. It's pumping on Vol D.
Yeah, I'm buying SPX. Like, when you see these fucking IWM pumping, like it's kind of more bullish than bearish, despite the indices being weak.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. With what you were saying first, Bull Bear, and then what you were saying respectively, Sun Capital. I just closed my Q puts, took 15% loss. I mean, look, Q's actually is starting to look bullish. So I mean, I get a couple other guys saying they're bullish. I might need to go ahead and switch to calls.
I'm out of AMD completely.
Pro. RH209 up 10.58%.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Crazy day.
Yo, Look at this fucking DHI chart, right? Look at the 10-minute DHI chart. It's just a stick straight up. It's just going straight up. It's non-stop buying and going.
Guys, look at IWM 220.
Dude,
Yeah.
Okay.
fucking, I've been saying it since 2016. Did anyone buy anything?
I did not.
Because I literally even just bought it 5-10 minutes ago, and I'm up 70%. And this is for July 4th, the 222.5s. Like I added, because I just think they're gonna keep squeezing this bitch. Everyone's so short. I don't know.
I just
We'll
bought
see. I mean, the
the
220, we're gonna see what happens. So
220 is the peak gamma, I see.
yeah. I mean, hitting the IV wall here, but I mean, if I don't know, we've been going above these IV walls on the indices lately a lot, or below. And oh, by the way, I would probably, if we hold over 6,200, we could keep squeezing higher in SPX. FYI.
That's right. Let's go.
I just got into the
Who's that?
Blackstone.
Oh, Bella.
Son, I'm in the Blackstone July 18th 155 calls.
Nice. Oh, fuck. I wish I would call them SPX when I got it, but I mean,
I wish we
this could
would
keep squeezing.
Yeah, I think it might because I'm just looking at this thing. It's just blasting off. Look at NUE Nucor, man. That thing up 3.5%. It's approaching downtrend resistance. So let's see how it acts when it gets there.
Jesus Christ.
Tesla wasn't able to get over 304.14.
There should be still a lot of sell the option. There, like a lot of these people who are selling calls. This is where the 6,200 they've been selling. So I think this is going to cascade higher today, intraday at least.
Guys, look at MODG. 882 on MODG, up 9.5%. Good. Congrats if you played this.
Damn, big
It's
move.
just straight buying on top off right now. Since open. Non-stop.
Yeah, fuck. 6,200 needs to hold. An SPX.
Honeywell about to hit 239. 238.87 was the high on Honeywell. HON.
Look at Run though. Run look like it still wants to run.
Yeah, it does. I just peeped at it just now. Up 13%.
Just saying. I said you might want to check out Run, but no, they can do what they want to do.
Call out.
American Express AXP 321.49 new high a day.
Thank you very much for calling that out. Perfect. Thank
I think you might be interested too, Bull Bear. When they rolled four massive tickers, four massive contracts on different tickers, four different tickers, and AXP was one of them. But this was the only one that was like really fucking far out of the money for 2027. I think it was like $480 calls.
No, I mean the 330 calls for January 2026 at they're up.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I saw like flow, so it's kind of insanely
okay,
bullish
yeah.
flow that if they're going way out of the money, it's just kind of I
Yeah,
don't
I
see
think
that
this
with
is
that size usually.
I think this is one of them that Berkshire is buying again, bro. To be honest with you, I know they were in this before, AXP and Chubb, and I think this is the one they're back in again. Don't quote me on that, but that's just my 2 cents.
Hey, Big Kev.
Bro, IWM.
What's up, bro?
Big Kev, I got something for you.
Heads the bill. Who's
Run now.
Dude,
My
I
shit.
thought that was Caleb for a minute. Holy shit.
But run on the 1 hour, you can see it bounced off of the 200 hour. That's pretty.
So I'm finna date myself. So when this first came out, bro, this like I promise you, I had this in my tape cassette deck all day, all night. Never took it out.
Yo, Kev,
Super Run DMC.
we're the same age. I think my first two cassettes were Run DMC and Beastie Boys.
Dude, I was gonna say, I think you guys are the exact same age.
Hey, Big Kev, I'm gonna grab these Geo $25 calls for July 18th. They're only 73 bucks.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I was looking at trying to grab some leaps on that shit.
Yeah, I just grabbed just for short period. I grabbed the July 18th $25 calls. They're cheap,
Volbeer, look at Generic.
bro. I'm gonna buy a Generac with the fucking
180 for September.
yeah. I'm gonna buy a Generac just out of display, like no joke. Especially last night, the power went out here. That was it for me. The Generac 140s for September 19th, they're up 161% from 595 to 1555. The Generac 130 calls are up 135% from 960 to 2265. Congrats if you played Generac. Beating I've been beating everything about this from the bottom. So good job if you played this.
You guys probably called this out before, but I see that Trump and Elon are on opposite sides when it comes to Thomas Massey. So I
Hey,
guess Trump is funding him.
Kev,
No, Elon's funding him, and Trump is saying he's a bad guy.
you
What's
mentioned
up,
the
bro?
stock before, and I'm just curious where you think support is. AEVA, it's down 30%, I think, today.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me look at it.
Yeah, I wonder if people
Once
might come back for this.
their Costco looks awful, making new lows. Chart looks
Yeah,
ugly.
fuck. I wanted to long it, but I didn't because the calls were losing value, but I didn't short it either, which I should have.
Ooh, yeah, that's a nasty candle.
So 26 mid is I think is what I think it should hold.
Wait, you're buzzing. What is it? Sorry.
26 and a half. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm gonna give you guys a little alpha about Generac. I was talking to a friend last night that lives in Reno, Nevada, and she works for a private company that is a dealer for Generac, and she said the the orders coming through for Generac um, is absolutely out of this world right now, and that's basically um, what happened in California with the wildfire is pushing it as well, because a lot of people are signing up for that Generac based on what happened with that. She said there's so much back order on Generac right now they can't even keep up, and she's an authorized dealer for Generac.
Now you tell us all this shit. God damn it.
I learned this last night. This alpha I just gave you guys, I got this last night.
Damn. You know, I was holding Roblox 100 puts, and I just kind of getting positive on them. But if you bought them this morning, you could have bought them for 15.15, and it's at 1.2 now.
Yeah.
100 puts. The skew was
Fairly
so
good entry,
offsides.
but
Oh, go ahead.
not as
Sorry.
good as if. No, I was just gonna say I bought a couple days ago, but if you bought today, you would have had a really nice day.
Joby Aviation, JOBY is down 6.5% at 985, but it looks like it's putting in a rounded bottom right now on the 5-minute chart.
Bro, invest. Look at this thing about to hit 148, bro.
Caterpillar 393.55 new high a day.
I wanted to get into Caterpillar. I just couldn't. I missed that play. Fuck. It's okay.
I'm in Caterpillar on a diagonal spread, and I'm up 150% on it.
Nice. Good job with that, man. Nice. Penn, PENN, up 3.41% at 1848 on Penn. We mentioned this pre-market. Me and Big Kev, we were talking about this pre-market. But
To me, oh yeah, definitely go ahead, finish.
no, the DKNG chart looks actually really good right now. It's in a V-shaped recovery on the 15-minute chart. I double bottom down here and it's bouncing. So yeah, go ahead, Big Kev.
Cleveland Cliff, CLF, their daily time frame, looking like it's breaking through downtrend resistance, similar to run. Are you in? Breaking out of consolidation zone as well.
I added to my run position.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys followed up with this, but the VVIX divergence is gone.
Oh no, I didn't follow up with it. I do need to check on that.
Thank you for the call out on Honeywell. I bought a tight vertical spread on that, and I'm up 90%.
Let's go. Congrats. I'm glad somebody else played it. Thank God.
Yeah,
I
I
was
actually
hoping
still
to
have
just...
leaves on Honeywell, so yeah.
Bro, calm down, man. Everybody can't play everything that everybody calls out.
No, I know, but this one was I've been calling this one out, so it's just good that somebody else made money.
Did anybody trade Coles today?
No, sir.
But what happened? Maybe if you called it out.
Called it out a couple of times. It's up 13%.
This is my first time. This is my first time ever hearing you say anything about Coles. Ever. I've never heard you say anything about Coles.
Big Kev, I got to back him. He mentioned Coles at least 3 times now today. And maybe you were probably doing
today. Okay, this is my first time even hearing him speak. Like I haven't even heard him say anything.
No, he literally came in, and the only
But I've
thing
been
he
in and
said
out though.
was Coles.
Yeah, I think this is the second time I've heard him. But
I've got just a quick question.
Fine.
How are you playing Coles? Because are there even spreads to trade on options, or are you just playing commons?
I'm long commons, and I was actually underwater on those, so I did I bought an at the money call and sold 3 out of the money calls for my to create a covered stock position, and that's going to go to max profit now.
So Just a little bit of a level on Honeywell. I have a projected 240 for Honeywell. I charted this I think I charted this in April when it was at its bottom. So 240 is playing out the pattern. So just be careful for upside from there.
I'm just was looking at some data, not data, but the news stuff that I saw, and I just want to say, from the data this morning, they're starting to see cuts more in September is the likely date month, and a 21% chance of a cut in July. So that's from 7 a.m. No, 2 hours ago when I last checked.
So J Dash, check out TRMB. Now I started adding into this yesterday. I mean, it's pushing today, but I really kind of want to see it tank a little bit. But yeah,
I
it's
just
catching
see
a bit of a bid.
coming over the tape. 223 calls for 1.6 million on IWM. July 18th.
Hey, Kev, you said TRMV? Mary Victor?
Boy, Bravo, Baker, B.
Got it. Oh, that's Trimble. Yeah. Okay. That's one we spoke about.
Indeed.
So I'm curious if this is also a play on, Jolts was weaker, and if maybe people are trying to get ahead of payroll number on Thursday. If that number does potentially come in weaker, everyone's going to be clamoring for a cut in July. And so they're playing at IWM, as well as all the other things we're seeing today.
Yeah, I mean that's why I kind of mentioned it, because it seems like that is correlated with IWM and the rate cut. So
yeah, I mean tomorrow we get ADP tomorrow, and that other in Challenger, so there'll be some more employment info.
and that's why we're seeing the movement in housing too.
Yeah, anything with rates.
Yeah, just it was unched up, and now it's just kind of getting an idea, I guess.
So since Trimble didn't pull back here, it's clearing a weekly level and holding it. I want to see the next stop is 82.83 TRMB.
Are you still in your Sezzle puts, son?
Oh yeah, it's 718. So
It's down 7% today.
Yeah, dude, I need a little bit more to get back.
Yeah, I know. I feel you. I'm pretty underwater on them as
I'm
well.
underwater so bad, but it's a good start. So we'll see.
So those Blackstone calls I entered 2 weeks out are up 20% already. Just another stock we haven't spoken about today, but Starbucks is having a monster trend day up. It signaled a reverse on the monthly chart last month. Feels like it could go to 100 at least.
Seems like all the stocks that were, I mean, even EL. I've been sending this chart to some people looking for investments, just because it just looked fine long term overall. But
That's a Frank
it's
name. Frank loves Estee Lauder.
really.
Yeah, I think he used to be a market maker on it, so he follows it.
I mean, it's up like 5% today. It's kind of. It seems like all the hated stocks are getting love.
Yeah, I was in Estee Lauder about 3 weeks ago. I sold. That one is a good one. I think Hermes. Is Hermes? No.
Hermes.
No. LVMH. LVMH, I think, is gonna buy Estee Lauder.
Ford, $11.38 new high today.
Is GM up too?
Yeah, GM had some good numbers come out before.
How they then? I just took them off my list because, yeah.
General Motors 2Q U.S. vehicle sales rose 7%. They see second quarter U.S. market share
Hey,
about 17.4%.
Trump is taking questions. You guys want me to play it?
Not really.
Okay.
J-Dash, you and any sports fan, sports medicine ticker ORGO.
Orgo. What is it, Kev?
Sports medicine. You didn't hear that part? I said, any sports fan, I got a sports medicine ticker.
Yeah, are they like physical like therapy sports medicine?
No, I don't think they're. I mean, I don't really know if they're sports, if they're actually physical therapy. Give me a second. I actually got some notes.
Right, somebody just tagged me in a post. FedEx is having a big trend day too. I mean, there's so many tickers moving.
Yeah, all this shit, the ones in the gutter getting love.
Meanwhile, there was one of the Tiger Cubs. I don't know which one was on CNBC this morning, and he was pretty confident in. He was calling for a 10% correction in Q3 on S&P. And he said he wasn't that short yet, that they were working their way into it.
I'm thinking about going back for like Meta maybe. Yeah, maybe Meta for calls. See if it reverts. I'm might do cheap ones like 750 calls weeklies.
I'm in IBM, 15 August, 295, 310 call vertical because it looks to me like IBM is barcoding or bull flagging on the daily chart.
Big Kev, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. What's up?
Orgo specializes in regenerative medicine or developing, manufacturing, commercializing products for advanced wound care and surgical and sports medicine markets. They have a whole bunch of products. Did you see something on the stock that you liked?
Okay, no, here's the thing. Yeah, I'm aware of all that. So I went and looked through my notes and everything. So what I found out was Lori, whatever the fuck, however the fuck you say her name, the chief legal officer, she threw like $750,000 into it. Like, and she did it in like three back-to-back purchases. Like, it looked like she was trying to hurry up and get the order in. So, like, if she's the chief legal person, like, she knows all deals and the whole business that's coming, and for her to do that to me, that's an imminent deal that's about to happen. So, that's why I'm bullish on it. That's all I got.
Are you buying commons or options?
I got comments, bro. The options chain is fucking non-existent, right?
Gotcha.
It's barren.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it. I just saw there is one. There is a 16% short float on the stock with 11 days to cover. If there is some type of
Yep.
squeeze, that could be nice.
Totally aware of that also.
Cool. I got it on my list.
Like I was even looking for a reversion on Hood. That was down $10 intraday. So I grabbed $100 again calls for 40 cents.
Also, Jay Dash, the chart looks real nice on that motherfucker too. So I mean, the chart always would be first, and then I go look for a story or whatever. But someone actually brought this to my attention. Who was it? Anon Mav, I think he brought this to my attention, and he wasn't really just saying it to me. He posted it on his timeline, and it just showed up. I looked at it, and was like, oh shit, this actually has merit to it, in my opinion. Of course, I could be wrong. Who knows?
Yeah, it looks like if it could clear $4, then it could really go. Look what the cat dragged in. El Jefe in the house. If you're trying to speak, can't hear you, Jeffrey.
When is Jeffrey not trying to
You
speak?
you have to unmute yourself, Jeffrey. You have to hit the unmute button.
Hope you're all doing well.
What's up, Sir Boomer?
What did he say?
I called you Sir Boomer.
The Boomer, yeah, for sure. Okay, I'll co-host. Not in front of the computer yet. Just got back from the gym. I got to start working out again. I'm fucking out of shape. What was the big play today?
Everything.
Tesla puts, I guess. I don't know. New core calls. I mean, it could have been anything.
Big Kev, the Tesla fucking, and you guys held them. I had the 300s for July 18th. I sold them just like at $1 loss. Ridiculous. Good God, I just fucking don't hold.
Jeffrey, I would say if there was 30 calls in this room today, 26 were very good calls.
Fucking monsters.
You still in UNH?
Yes, I am.
That's paying.
Yeah.
Bull Bear's been calling out JetBlue, Top Golf, IWM call out. A lot of
man. I
plays.
said that you saw the inverse head and shoulders IWM. I mean, that thing looks like a monster. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of stuff. A lot of good rotation plays.
Is that one that you guys did yesterday for fucking 6,000%? That BM, the Tom Lee thing. Is that still cooking?
It did in pre-market. It bounced like $20 to the upside, but I don't know if anyone's in it.
Now you got a spokesperson for Ethereum, right? Is that how this is going to work? He's going to go on CNBC and shill Ethereum every day?
I sold some of my hood calls for 50% there.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Jeff. I just don't know enough about any crypto.
It seems like they're selling the puts, and it's just kind of giving a little IV crush on the sells.
Check out BBAI intraday. Rounded bottom. Good bounce here. I like the $7 calls for 18th.
Man, I kind of wish I picked up more lemonade at the bottom intraday. That went red, and then it's back to almost 45 again.
Jeffrey, housing stocks today exploded.
Oh yeah.
Why? Because there's talk on more than 2 cuts, like 4 now.
Cuts and the bill and being laggards. Trifecta.
So we need to look at BLDR and what's the other one? The other housing.
Well, there's Pulte, there's Toll, and then there's like 5 or 6. RH is moving on it.
Nail is up like I don't know, a shitload.
That's the one. That's the one. Nail. Thank you, son. BLDR nail I had up on my screen. And what about the mortgage, Rocket Mortgage? Rocket Mortgage up?
They should be. They bought Redfin today.
A little bit.
Yeah, but it's not much. I mean, it is a large float, so.
Real quick, guys. This morning I mentioned Berkshire and American Express. Berkshire hasn't sold any of their American Express position, and in fact, they have added to their Chubb position. So I think I misspoke this morning with that. I was wrong, so I corrected that. They haven't sold any of their AXP, but they have added steadily to their Chubb position.
All right. I also see NU hit again and again and again and again. So.
Yeah, the weak dollar is good for emerging markets, man.
Well, good for global banks, emerging banks too. Yeah.
Yeah. And NU is I think that thing's a player, dude. That's going to 30.
That's 47K calls, 15K puts today.
So the fight between Musk and Trump is getting brutal, huh? They're taking the gloves off.
Boom. FLNC cleared 7. Let's go. I needed to hold. I needed to hold it. It actually hit my weekly level. Rejected. So I needed to hold.
AXP 322.23, new high a day.
Blowing the
Let's
candles.
go.
Who's blowing the? Are we? Is it? What's going on with the train? Is SPX rocketing?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the train, Jeffrey. I thought that was you. I don't know.
No.
Regulate yourself with the train. Whoever's doing the train, please regulate yourself.
Regulate yourself. Bull bear. Regulate yourself, bull bear.
Listen, that train is from the OGs. You guys can't use the train. That's the OG ticker, the soundboard.
So Fluence, FLNCE. Now, I may have spoken about this before. So it has a big gap coming up around 775. Big and clear that, then that gap to fill is way up there at about $12.
Mid caps and small caps are getting their push, huh?
If you look at the weekly time frame, Jeffrey, I've told you about this before. The Wu Tang W setup. It's still time.
Which name?
FLNC, Fluence Energy. Talking about this to you yesterday in the Wu Tang W. Creeping into the overbought territory on the daily, but it's cooler than the other side of the pillar on the weekly.
My meta calls are up 40%. I mean, this reversion is kind of working.
So what was the Apple news, guys? I saw the reversal yesterday. Went down and then boom, 205. Now it's what, 208? Like, any news on that or just positioning, son?
It's just positioning. Definitely positioning.
CMG Chipotle looking like it's ready for its next leg up.
That did get some calls early in the morning too. Interesting.
CORZ is actually starting to look pretty good right here.
Oh, I just saw a $1.7 million calls for August 15th on FSLR 185s.
Well, I thought I could see 1.81 million. Did you say 1.75?
7.8 million.
Random. Hmm. Man,
At the
that
180s.
Tempest stock might be cooked. I'm not seeing a bid on it. Wow, that looks ugly actually. Damn. Tempest could be a short. Still.
Are we rolling over?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Down 6 points. 62.44 on EOS.
AMD looks like it's. We'll go back to the basement.
Oracle look like it's about to catch bid here. ORCL. So looking at Bitcoin, Bitcoin still is kind of got that curl, looking like it's trying to create that H. Looking at the VIX is trying to push still, and the market is kind of pulling back. But you know, is this a pullback to bounce or is this a pullback to dump? Not sure. Palantir created a bit of a rounded bottom, looking like it's ready to try to catch a bid. Meta still looks good. Amazon looks good to the upside. AMD has that curl, like it wants to try to create that H pattern. The Dow pulled back pretty significantly. Looks like it still wants to pull back a little bit more. Same story with IWM, except IWM doesn't really look like it wants to continue pulling back, but it still could possibly. Nvidia bullish looking, look like it wants to continue higher. Apple looks like it wants to go ahead and try to test the low. Google looking like it's trying to catch a bid, as well as Microsoft. Amazon is looking like it's trying to catch that bid. So far, Nvidia and Amazon.
Yeah, that Nvidia 15-minute chart looks pretty nice. Nice V-shaped recovery. 155.12 needs to get over that level.
What you looking at, Jeffrey? What you looking at, Jeffrey? You got anything that you're looking at?
Just sat down, fellas, not looking at much. Just kind of looking at the overall market.
Can you guys hear me?
Can you all hear me?
I hear both of you now.
I said I just sat down, so I'm not even up to speed.
Hey,
Yeah, no, I heard that.
I got something potentially that could be very interesting. Verizon. Check out the chart. Let me know what you think. I have the $45 calls July OPEX. It's only 9 pennies.
Yeah, this looks good on a bigger time frame, bro. Weekly print in a morning star reversal. Daily W. MACD is going to the upside. TTM squeeze is showing to the upside. 4 hour getting a buy signal. 2 hour W is showing. Yeah, I have 44.26. It's my target to the upside, so those should pay your 45s.
Nice.
Citigroup, ticker C, pumping 85.89, new high of day. Whoever called that out the other day, thank you very much.
Oracle's trying to catch that bid. Oracle probably go test that 230. Maybe not today.
All right, guys, we are back here, Power Hour. Let's see what is happening in the markets. We're getting a pretty decent retrace. This would be an aggressive buy on SPY to enter long. I repeat, it would be an aggressive buy. Power Hour has commenced. And they are dumping the markets just a little bit here. seeing the markets break down a little bit here. Potential head and shoulders on SPY is triggering. I repeat, a potential head and shoulders on the 5-minute. I think there is a long entry. If we flush into the 616, it would be an aggressive buy, but I do see a bit of a long entry. Pretty big bounce there in the equity markets, really sizable bid. See if we can get some more downside. I am interested in a bit of a long level right off of this little area. Okay, so let's see if we can flush back into this previous pivot, this upsloping wedge pattern. There is some support there. We could see the markets continue to fall here. There is a head and shoulders pattern on watch for SPY. You can see it clearly here. Hasn't triggered yet though. Has not triggered. While simultaneously, what you have triggered on the upside, and you're on the precipice of losing it, so this 5-minute bullish pattern on SPY has triggered, but at this point we are testing that neckline zone. So if you lose this, then it becomes a bit of a failed breakout. Meta retesting the lows of the session. Tesla still stuck around 301. Oracle's gone negative, green to red. You have Microsoft still struggling on the session, taking a breather, down about 1.1%. Apple still up 1.2%. Nvidia down almost 3%. Google down almost 0.75%. Bitcoin really struggling here. It was a pretty exhausting morning session. Lots of swing trading profits secured with members today. Issued a whole bunch of new alerts as well. We took profits and we're keeping the momentum. It's some high frequency trading that we're involved in here. But it's been pretty crazy. Closing EQT puts, closing nvidia puts, closing net puts in the money. We closed NCLH calls, took final 65% off those. Hershey, we closed our Hershey calls up 261%. Beautiful. ICLRs had a big move. That's one of my most bullish setups that I put a month ago. Did some action in Meta today, did some action in Tesla, took profits on our Valero, took profits on Merck calls, MRK. I think financial stocks are due for a little bit of sell side pressure. If we look at names like Citibank here, Citibank has had an astonishing move to the upside, sweeping your previous little high here. So sweeping all of these previous all-time highs. And you can see this trend line of resistance that you're even sweeping on Citi. A lot of resistance here. Maybe you go a little bit higher, but in the near term, there's a ton of resistance on Citibank up here. Take a look at this beautiful weekly channel that we've been chopping in on Citibank from your highs to your lows. There's a pretty decent decline in the equity markets. SPY still looking somewhat heavy. But we are in some put options in Citi. You look at JPM. Not all bank stocks are created equal right now. JPM's also super extended into some very strong resistance on JPM. Nice resistance there, JPM. XLF still looks like it could go a little bit higher. I'm going to be honest with you, but you are into a bit of this double top. So I wouldn't be surprised if XLF takes a bit of a breather here. Goldman Sachs is another one that I almost shorted. Off of this gap up, huge extension move. A lot of intraday divergences occurring on GS. A lot of resistance there on GS off of a pretty big intraday divergence. So we'll see if financials run into a little bit of sell side pressure. SPY, they're defending SPY here. That's actually really bullish. So there's two patterns, right? You can see the rather large head and shoulders on the 5-minute that has not triggered yet. What has triggered is this inverse head and shoulders on SPY, and you're back testing the neckline. So there's a chance this pattern may fail, but right now you are holding technical support. So what upside does that bullish inverse head and shoulders give us? Well, 620 on tap for SPY. 620. And if we were to trigger this bearish pattern, downside target would be 612. So we have an upside target, we have a downside target. Which way are they going to take this? Right now, the bullish target is favored, guys. We have triggered that pattern. The bear target, we have not triggered yet. So favor bullish side, upside price until we get a signal that it's bearish. Right now, simply backtesting support. This can become a failed breakout, but we'll certainly see. We'll see if that wants to happen. Nvidia is seeing more sell side pressure at the moment. Come on down, and I'm interested in taking a stab on SPY around this zone, Pierce of 616. Let me just look at the SPX chart to make sure we have a confluence of support. Yeah, I do like 616, guys. Pierce of 616, and I will take a stab on the long side. Come on. They're still trying to hold that support. It's not an outright short here. Nor is it a long. I mean, technically, if you're aggressive, it's a long trade. Crude oil trying to firm up here. They are trying to defend SPY right now. Tesla catching a little bit of a bid. How's Mr. Softy? Microsoft 15-minute lowercase h pattern bear flag on Mr. Microsoft. That's troublesome. Microsoft looks like it wants 489. So be careful with SPY here. Microsoft definitely looking very choppy. Not a healthy chart pattern intraday there on Microsoft. Does look like it's going to sweep the lows. So I'd wait for Microsoft to fall here. I'm actually now more inclined to favor a short on SPY, especially with Microsoft acting that weak. It is catching a minor bid here. Open up. Right, so if you want to short SPY aggressively and use these high pivots as your stop loss, that could work out here. That could work out here, guys. I'm just waiting here. Let's see what the option chain is looking like. We are catching a nice bid. So the bullish pattern on SPY is still being defended, guys. Bullish pattern for the time being is still being defended. But Microsoft and nvidia are not looking too hot here. Put options off this level could work out. Tight stop. I'm thinking about taking them. Microsoft is catching a minor bid. A minor bid on Microsoft. Alright guys, I'm going to do a high risk put play here on SPY. 618 0DT put on SPY. 618 put on SPY. High risk. High risk, guys. We're tapping on that pre-market high. I am short SPY. High risk. 67 cents. My stop loss will be basically 50 cents. I'm short SPY. 618 0 DTE put. Stop loss will be 53 cents on the trade. Let's play ball. Here we go. Here we go. Getting some lower prints. Knife it down. Microsoft, nvidia, come on. Take us down. Take us down. Pre-market high. Come on. They're trying to push it through still. They are pushing it. nvidia still seeing a little bit of top wicks intraday. Microsoft had a really big surge there. Markets are still trying to push here. You're getting some higher wicks, trying to push it. Here comes your first little pivot zone of resistance. We are tagging that. See if we get a 1 minute close above this area. I'm still holding my puts. We're tagging that stop loss zone right now. They are trying to push it higher here. Meta catching a nice stick. I'm still holding. Let's see if they want to wick it above this liquidity zone. Alright, so basically closing on this level. I'm still holding my puts. 618 0DT SPY put. Down on the trade right now. We'll see if it wants to firm up. Microsoft is trying to curl to the upside. Into a little bit of resistance right now. Seeing nvidia trying to curl back up. Oh wow, thanks for that, JP. China's biggest coffee chain opens its first US location. That's Luckin Coffee. Very interesting. Wow, that could be some serious competition for Starbucks. Let's see if we can get some downside price in SPY. Technically, I should have stopped out here, but I'm just seeing how we react around this pivot zone resistance. I'm still maintaining my put option 618 put. Again, my average at 67 cents, so I am down by about 17 cents on the 0 DTE trade. nvidia is trying to hold steady and bounce. Meta curling to the downside a little bit. Microsoft testing 492 again. Alright, I might get stopped out here. They're trying to push it through. Guys, apologies about that one. I got stopped out of my SPY 618 put. $0.24 loss there. We can reevaluate. We took a stab at shorting pre-market high. Didn't work out. You win some, you lose some. Very small loss there, but that's okay. Watch them take it down now. So right now, we did fight a little bit of the trend. They defended that support. Still have that bullish target intact based off of this little inverse head and shoulders on SPY 5-minute chart. You've broken out. Retrace back to your breakout zone. We'll see if they want to push it here into the close. Really nice buy program coming in. BBA, it's down 3.53% today. Lucid down 2.6, nvidia down 2.79, Tesla down 4.78, Ford, nice move on Ford, up 4.47, Robinhood down 1.4, SoFi down 3.62, those puts printed, PLTR down 4.47, BTBT up 6.84, NU down 1.35, WBD, Warner Brothers down 5.19%. Apple up 1.29, Intel showing some strength, Snapchat, a big mover on Snapchat. I missed that trade. I wanted to get in that trade. I even spoke about it yesterday. And I missed that one, unfortunately. QBTS, what's that doing? Is that trying to pick up here? Yeah, QBTS daily chart. Excuse me guys, not looking too bad. QBTS. Not looking too bad. As you all know, we took a nice little position in Tesla. Starter position in Tesla today. Ticker XYZ has been quietly grinding higher and higher. Not really big moves, but nevertheless grinding higher. Next target is 71. Again, we're still holding those $70 calls, which we have a lot of time on for XYZ. Microsoft dipping today into its 7-day moving average, so there is some support there. The markets could easily get a bounce. Again, you have really big divergence between the Qs and SPY. IWM today making a nice surge to the upside. FedEx, beautiful to see FedEx finally negating that whole earnings drop down. Big push up. Obviously still holding some calls in that name. Netflix taking it on the chin today. Again, BTC at an interesting spot. Back testing its, this is the buy level we gave on BTC. Right now it is holding. But you can see it's back testing its 20-day moving average. It should hold there. It should hold there. Look at that US dollar. Yeah, you can see the US dollar trying to bottom off of this long-term support. So it's one of the reasons why Bitcoin is running into a little bit of near-term sell side. Dixie hitting that massive mother of all trend line support today. It is bouncing. I still have it priced in that we go a little bit lower than that. A little bit lower. Looking at Tesla's daily chart. Still hasn't completed the head and shoulders downside target, but you are into a decent amount of support here. You can see this upsloping trend line. The only concern is that what if this isn't the true trend line that we need to be drawing in? Right now they are defending it, but what happens if we draw the trend line there, connecting to that pivot to that pivot? Tesla shows that there is more downside then. So we'll take it as it comes. Right now we'll use that as the main trend line. You're back above that gap fill. You bounced on this level of support. So for the time being, Tesla is holding steady and trying to bounce a little bit here. Again, really strong move today in healthcare stocks. XLV breaking out to the high side. XLP also a strong move in staples and XLV. That was the sectors that I was discussing. XLU, strong move. Look at MRK. Very good move in Merck today. Took some profits on there. Another one that's lagging that I think is going to start to perk up here is NVO, Novo Nordisk. We'll see if that name wants to firm up. I was looking at ISRG, which just got a bullish crossover today of the 7 and 20. That name's looking pretty bullish. See what Uber's doing, taking a bit of a breather. Cloudflare Net, we printed on those puts, hard down there, hard down candle on Cloudflare. ENPH, catching a nice little bid. Also trying to form a bit of a bullish cross of the 7 and 20 moving average. I think the home builders are your standouts. Strength today as well. We've been calling home builders. We mentioned it yesterday, previously. Stunning move for our Valero calls, our 140 calls. We've traded this name epically. Off of this first move we caught for about 135%. Now we just caught a beautiful move today on Valero. We trimmed up 50% on Valero calls, half the position. Trade is now risk-free with a break-even stop loss. Today it's looking like, as long as the markets remain firm here, look what Apple is doing today. Apple is staging a daily chart breakout out of its wedge pattern. Looking quite firm here. Quite firm, Apple. A nice daily chart breakout out of this wedge pattern. You could also argue that there is a really large, what do we have here? Uh-oh, it's an inverse head and shoulders. Now, since this is breaking out, what upside target does this inverse head and shoulders take us? Ooh, is Apple gonna try to make a run to recapture that status of the world's largest company? Maybe Nvidia, Microsoft have seen their recent trends and all-time high prices. Maybe they slow down here and Apple takes leadership. We're looking at a potential upside target of 255 on the Apple chart. $255? Oof, nasty. That is nasty. So we'll see if that happens. We will see if that happens. Apple right now finding resistance right at that weekly 20 moving average. But if it can now hold above this key level, it's going to start to have the 7-week moving average curl up in a bullish trend. So if you hold these levels here on Apple, that 7-week moving average will start to curl to the upside, and then you're shaping up a bullish weekly crossover. Look what happened when we got the bullish weekly crossover on the likes of Microsoft down over here. Pretty intense, right? Look what happened when we got the bullish weekly crossover for nvidia right over here. Pretty epic move, right? AMD, bullish weekly cross over here. Look what happened. So, Apple should be on watch for bullish price structure to maintain these levels over the next couple weeks, because this could be setting up for an epically big move to the upside, playing catch up to those other behemoth mega cap stocks. The only position I have right now, which I'm looking at adding into extra positions, is the January 16th 225 calls on Apple. That's what long position I hold right now. All right, let's flip back to SPY. Hey, JP, how you doing? So SPY still trying to hold this neckline. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Much appreciated, JP. Look at where that XOM trade went, guys. I always sell early on XOM. I sold here, but wow. Anyone that took that, monster moves. Oh, JP, what were you in? 110 calls? I think they almost hit it in the money today. Is that what you were in? 110s? I think so, eh? Let's look at crude oil again. So crude oil is still holding potentially a bullish intraday pattern. Obviously, it needs to firm up. This could be a daily chart bear flag, but pattern is not looking too bad. You could still get a bigger move to the upside in crude. Nice. Beautiful trade. 100 con. Those printed. Those printed. Beautiful, man. That's money. That's money. I am seeing a nice little curling of higher price in Mr. Tessie here. Tessie. Can Tessie break out here? And is Tesla going to have the same fate as Apple? That's the question. I don't know. I really don't know. It's going to come down to its inventories. But Tesla has seemingly been a little bit of an inverse stock as well compared to the S&P. So maybe, just maybe, there is a chance that it does. Quite crazy. Look at these. Those 618 puts that I took a loss on, they're right back to break even, flat. This is the market for you. You get chopped up. This is why sometimes I just like to ride 0 DTEs either to profit or to loss. You know, when you size appropriately, often I'm risking going into a 0 DT trade with the full knowledge that that position, I'm willing to take an absolute zero on it. It often works out. But Tesla trying to break out here. And we'll see if next stop wants to be 340. Let's get back inside of this channel. You can see Tesla is recapturing this key little channel. Next resistance is your previous little gap. The fact that you gapped over that gap is very bearish, but I do think Tesla can try to make a run at getting back above that gap. Yeah, there's always a YouTube delay. There's about a 5-second latency delay. I have the stream at the lowest ultra low latency, but there's always a delay. Can't really do anything about it. Can't do anything about it. So once again, though, the semiconductors did get a really big buy the dip program. A big buy the dip indeed. And let's not forget, guys, even with the massive divergence in the Q stocks, tech heavy, NASDAQ, we still have a very, very bullish market. Very bullish. We are in a strong uptrend. Don't let this price action in the Qs, nvidia, Microsoft really deter anything. Next stop is for RSP to hit all-time highs. So I think the next sector to see some capital rotation trends, some liquidity leave, is financials. Certain financials, not all financials, but certain financials I think are pretty extended here. And if you look at why financials have ripped recently, yields, right? In anticipation of the Fed cut, yields breaking down, having that failed breakout, causing price action to go lower. So yields have drastically softened here, and I think that they are due for a potential short-term bounce in the yield market, which should soften up financials a little bit. Regional banks are still strong. Bitcoin looking a little bit heavier here, guys. BTC is testing a breakdown of that key moving average. Look at BTC selling off a little bit harder here. Is it sweeping those stops right on that 20-day moving average? Coming right into this previous little high breakout candle. I'm actually might be interested in going long Coinbase. I'm eyeing up some of the call options now as we speak. But Bitcoin is selling off just a little bit here. Very interesting price action in Bitcoin, guys. $360 calls on Coinbase. I am looking at some upside calls on Coinbase. Bitcoin's trying to find a little bit of support here. SPY's trying to break out and show a continuation move. It's looking very close. You're technically at some minor resistance here, but SPY could try to make an attempt here. SPY's making a move here, guys. SPY is making a move. Strong candle there. Final 12 minutes here in the session. Nice high spike there, guys. On SPY, it is trying to break out. SPY still holding some bullish structure here. Nvidia is trying to spike. Seeing some top wicks now in Nvidia. Spike there, now getting sold into. Pretty strong reversal there. A lot of manipulation occurring here. Big reversal there on SPY, guys. Really sizable reversal. Nvidia coming down. Tesla coming down. I did just take a position in IBIT. Guys, IBIT calls. IBIT. This is a long Bitcoin play. Long Bitcoin play. I think IBIT is heading to new highs. We have a potential very bullish pattern setting up on IBIT. If we can clear these pivots, IBIT is going to make a run. And that is a Bitcoin trade. I think Bitcoin is doing its final little consolidation here. Right on that 20 before we make a really big spike to the upside. I am bullish Bitcoin. I was looking at Coinbase. Contracts are just so expensive. And I really don't know how the circle is going to cooperate. It is catching a nice bid right now, but Coinbase is another play. Expensive contracts. Mara, a little bit cheaper on the contracts. MSTR catching a heavy reversal. But backtesting, look what MSTR is trying to backtest today. It's weekly 7 moving average. JP, you're with me on IBIT. Nice. Yeah, we'll see if Bitcoin wants to make a move here. This could be the little bit of a near-term low in Bitcoin, but we are trading. We are buying the dip in crypto. So we now hold BITI long. Sorry, BITO long. BITI is a short. Slightly down on that position, looking to maybe add again, but considering I just entered IBIT calls, I'll probably just manage whatever I have in the trade. Nice move there on Nvidia. The S&P 500, still a pretty strong daily chart candle. Again, this inverse head and shoulders that's triggered on the 5-minute chart does yield more upside, guys. It yields a new all-time high around 620.85. This market is still in a strong uptrend. Strong uptrend. Meta catching a nice bid. Tesla's still trying to hold this key trend line of support. SPY tried breaking out there on the 5-minute chart, running into a little bit of near term. Nvidia seeing some more top wick selling. Anonymous asking what strike? You should sign up for the Trading Capital alerts there. It's free as well. For now. I know some of you have paid. I got into the August 1st strike. August 1st, $64 call. It's aggressive. It's risky. But we're trading that 20-day moving average. You have two phones. Fair enough, fair enough. I feel you. Let's see if Bitcoin wants to bottom here, though. IBIT commons work. Tesla getting sold into a little bit here. Tesla is coming down. Where Tessie being sold into? Will it close down 5% on the session, or will it try to hold that 302 level? Final 4 minutes here left in the tape, guys. 4 minutes left in the tape. Yep, got that pink room. That mood lighting. Gotta love the mood lighting. My girlfriend likes the mood lighting. Alright, Tesla being sold into here into the close. Bitcoin trying to find a little bit of buying pressure. Look at Tesla dumping here. Looking fairly heavy. Meta just chopping sideways. Nvidia, big reversal down on Nvidia. Apple holding strength, trading sideways. Natural gas did have a really phenomenal bounce off of the lows. Natural gas is potentially setting up an intraday little reversal on the 5-minute chart. Even the 15-minute chart, potential little inverse head and shoulders on nat gas. Very interesting. But closing back inside yesterday's potentially low wick. Yeah, I don't know why you have that big crown, number one. I don't know what the heck that's about. I thought you did something to your name. What is that name? I thought you were gonna tell me. You're my top fan. I don't know if you're my first ever YouTube subscriber. Maybe. Maybe not. No, that's because you subscribed to my OnlyFans account. Bitcoin coming in a little bit here into the close. Final minute of trading. Heavy volume there on Nvidia. They did sell Tesla. Tesla's looking to close down 5%. Poor Elon. I'll have to look up why that icon is like that. But maybe, that'd be pretty cool. Alright guys, 37 seconds left here in the tape. Again, wonderful trading session with us here. Everyone should have been able to make some profits in the live day trading room. XOM, huge winner. Oh, Bart's there now as well. Wow. What are all these, guys? You guys are getting all these crazy little icons. I want one. Crown number 1, crown number 2. I don't know what the heck's all about. Cool icons, guys. Alright, that's a wrap, guys. Wonderful job trading XOM on the long side. Wonderful job scalping those Tesla puts. Amazing. It was an even better job on the swing trading side, locking in huge profits today. Nevertheless, I appreciate all your support. Thank you all for tuning in. And we will see you again on the... Yeah, what are the top fans? Jazz, Singh, and Bart. How the heck did that happen, guys? That's pretty cool. Top fans. I don't know how that happened, but that's really cool. But once again, we'll lock in tomorrow for another session in the live day trading room. I think there's still going to be a ton of opportunities. That capital rotation trend is still in full force. Obviously, semis and NASDAQ stocks taking on the chin a little bit today. And you definitely saw that capital rotate into consumer staples, healthcare, home builders, a couple other sectors. I think the next big sector to take a bit of a fall is your financials. Certain financials, at least. The names like Goldman Sachs, TD, a couple of the names that are just escaping me. It's been a long day. JPM maybe. But nevertheless, wonderful job. We still remain in a tactfully bullish uptrend in the markets. And the next real target on SPY is going to be around 620 here. That's what the intraday price action is showing us. So unless we break this head and shoulders pattern, the next upside target is 620. If we break the head and shoulders, then we're going to 612. On that note, we'll see everybody on the charts a little bit later. Thanks, guys.